balance. That looks pretty good. Also, keep in mind if you're one of those talkers like me and you want to come out to the stage and talk, feel free to do that, and you can talk right up here and then either go back or even just move across the stage kind of naturally, for someone else to talk as a little bit. When you get to, I assume the video is embedded in your slides.
Yeah.
What we have to do when you guys are talking on your microphones and saying, and now we're going to play a video, we then have to turn off your mics and plug in this audio. So just give us a pause. Let us, just know that there will be a pause, and there will also be a pause once it ends for us. So just kind of wait for a second so that way you don't start talking.
Video is right in the beginning. Like at the before we talk.
Well, then I assume that he already knows that. So then you just want to make sure that you get a pause so that we plug in your mics before you guys start talking. So don't start talking right once the video ends. Just give it a natural pause.
Okay. Thanks.
I think that's it. So.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Well, all there's food and coffee and all that kind of stuff in the cafeteria. Okay. So, yeah. All right, Sean, are we good to go?
Born in like a bio. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that. Just watch where you're walking.
Gas station.
Yeah. And you got some. I haven't heard myself on like his voice. No, you're good. Oh. Excuse me. Thank you. This was.
Yeah, that's better. Skip all parts that. That way I don't go lights on. Even a little more. Yeah. That's great. We should be kicking off momentarily. So we have these moments. Actually, there's one. There might be one that students and what about everything this past season. Nice and loud. We're close enough. People are the ones that I will. Sure. And I think they're off.
Okay, so we're good now?
If you want to just go ahead and pop up and then just pause for a second. Remember this. Yeah. Right here. Hello, hello, check. Good. Shall we start? Such a production. So everyone, welcome to the Invent2Prevent final competition and presentation. My name is Tony Scro. I am the founder and CEO of Adventure Partners, and I am your moderator for the morning session. For those of you that are unfamiliar with Invent2Prevent, let me share a little bit of the backstory. Invent2Prevent is an experiential project that allows tech-savvy high school and university students to form themselves as a real-life marketing social media agency, the real deal. Then they actually get to implement these projects to prevent targeted violence, hate, and terrorism. What's really important is these campaigns don't come out of my mind, but from the students. So they're credible, authentic, and believable. And DHS realized that youth play a really important part and role in making America safer. So these campaigns are a way to have localized campaigns that work. We've had peer-reviewed data from Harvard that indicates this strategy, peer-to-peer, is very effective. So this morning, we have the pleasure of witnessing, watching, and listening to the top 3 high schools that participated last fall semester, which ended in December. And we have Burlington High School, or Burlington Township High School in New Jersey, Louisiana Advisory Council, which is a assemblage of 13 different high schools in Louisiana, which is pretty cool. And then Pompano Beach High School in Pompano Beach, Florida, which is a Make Our Schools Safe. It's a Moss Club chapter that participates. In the afternoon session, we will have the top 3 university teams. Duke University from Durham, North Carolina, Texas Tech University in Lubbock, and then University of South Carolina in Columbia. Just how many students are in the audience? Just real quick, not yet. Okay. We live for these moments. Team Invent2Prevent really enjoys, and to see what young people are capable of doing. As I tell my 22-year-old daughter, I am a technology knucklehead. So it's up to you guys to really come up with innovative campaigns that work. We're going to see that today. So let's get started. And it's my pleasure and honor to introduce John Piccarelli to the stage. There we go. John is the Director of Counterterrorism at the National Security Council at the White House. And in his previous, or one of his previous roles at DHS as Director of CP3, he is the person responsible for Invent2Prevent and giving it life. So John, it's a pleasure to have you here. And thank you for accepting the opportunity to be our keynote speaker.
Oh, well, thank you for giving me the opportunity. And Tony, don't sell yourself short. You're a total knucklehead.
Well,
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Washington. For those of you who are out of town guests, we do apologize. We did our darndest to try to get a good old nor'easter blizzard for you today, but sadly, all we got was cold rain. So I'm excited to be here with you all and to see the final results, as I'm sure many of you are as well, from the fall competition of Invent2Prevent. So as Tony mentioned, I'm at the National Security Council, where I oversee in the counterterrorism directorate our efforts to prevent targeted violence and terrorism, as well as how that operates online and terrorist use of the internet. In this role, I'm always looking for new and innovative ways to address these threats of targeted violence and terrorism. What makes both targeted violence and terrorism so challenging is that it often stems from lone offenders or small cells of individuals who are motivated by a wide range of grievances and other factors that can be exacerbated, indeed almost catalyzed, by the consumption of dangerous mis and disinformation and other types of online content that is seeking to accelerate their pathway to violence. More and more, we see the convergence of different violent extremist ideologies, false or misleading narratives, conspiracy theories, and other factors. Other factors playing a prominent role in any one individual's radicalization of violence. And the amount of violent extremist content online makes that much more harder to thwart. Because of this very shifting landscape, the Department of Homeland Security, many other departments and agencies, and other state, local, and community organizations are creating and must continue to create new and innovative strategies to safeguard our communities. So to the students in this room, this is where you come in. Invent2Prevent is a unique and powerful program that we have in our prevention toolkit. This program offers you all the ability to play a pivotal role in the prevention process. And it provides a space for our youth to better understand not only the threats that they face in their communities, but how to prevent those threats and not just sit behind fortified walls of schools or houses of worship, but actually work through the community to ensure that nobody visits violence on those institutions. So you all have been challenged to consider not only how you want to counter targeted violence, terrorism, and acts of hate, but also how to empower positive initiatives that advocate for community connectedness and inclusivity, mentorship, and the accessibility of pro-social activities. The youth-driven voice and perspective on this evolving landscape is imperative to the success of our prevention efforts. Our finalists, both at the high school and the collegiate level here today, have found imaginative ways to share information with their peers and communities, to bolster positive in-person and online behaviors that help individuals thrive, identify and dispel myths and disinformation, and counter the ways ill-intentioned individuals seek to isolate and recruit online. The 3 high school finalists present today show tremendous talent and conscientiousness. These teams from Florida, Louisiana, and the great state of New Jersey each work to educate and create acceptance for different faiths, foster healthier communities among students of all ages, and build stronger and more inclusive communities from elementary ages all the way through high school. Individually and collectively, their work has the ability to strengthen communities and show promise for long-term sustainability and flexibility to meet current and future challenges. The 3 Invent2Prevent collegiate finals present today have shown true originality and ingenuity in their projects. These teams from Texas, North Carolina, and South Carolina highlight ways that we can better use social media in crisis situations, better reach online audiences with prevention messaging, and hold journalists to higher standards when reporting on violent acts of hate. Each of these initiatives have the capacity to facilitate meaningful and lasting change. And I'm grateful that I do not have to judge between them, though I wish each panel of judges here the very best of luck in that endeavor. The creative energy and enthusiasm these teams have poured into their work is contagious. And it's my hope that every person here today is encouraged and empowered to go back to their own communities and continue to find ways to champion the current and future work of this program and prevention in general. As we continue to discuss ways to use technology to empower and motivate people to prevent targeted violence and terrorism, these students in front of you today have developed solutions that support their peers and community for years to come. They embody the resiliency that is a foundation and both inspired and in awe of their commitment to a brighter, safer, and more prosperous tomorrow. And with that, I want to thank all of you for your dedication in helping to build resilient communities. The work you do really does matter. It is vital to safeguarding the future, and I'm honored to recognize your work. And I'm proud of all that you have accomplished. I look forward to the positive impacts you will continue to have in your communities and to each of the teams, whether you are here today or you participated in the fall and were not able to come today. Congratulations on the job well done. Thank you, and I look forward to the competition.
Thank you for those comments. You know, it's been exciting talking to superintendents, state level directors of school safety, as well as teachers. Everybody gets the fact that in America, we need to prevent targeted violence and hate. But from an educator's perspective, what's been exciting is to see how these people really see the experiential nature of the project. So it's skill building, as well as making America safe. So it's like a 2-for-1. It's a great way to accomplish important things for young people from a learning experience. It goes on the resumes, gives them confidence. At the collegiate level, they will put it on the resume and get jobs. There's also many moving parts to making this happen. There are 3 organizations, a total of about 15 people that make Invent2Prevent happen. We have the McCain Institute for International Leadership. We have Credence Management Solutions, and my organization, Adventure Partners. So you're just seeing a sliver, although you see a lot of people running around here today. We're all part of the Invent2Prevent team. So with John's opening comments, before we kick off with our first team, Louisiana Youth Advisory Council, I am going to introduce you to our distinguished judges. I will try to read this without putting on my glasses in the largest size 20 font. And Michael Brown, Associate Director, Center of Prevention Programs and Partnerships, U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Michael. Dr. Melissa Zisler, Chief, National Threat Evaluation and Reporting Office, Office of Intelligence and Analysis, U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Dr. Seamus Hughes, Deputy Director on the Program of Extremism at George Washington University. Corbin Evans, JD, Senior Director of Congressional and Federal Relations, American Psychological Association. And Amy Rock, Senior Editor, Campus Safety Magazine. Thank you, judges. You have the unenviable position of having to score these high school teams. So with that said, is the Louisiana Youth Council team. Let me put up the bumper slide. And I'd also like to acknowledge Megan Bella, our advisor and faculty for the group of students. Thank you very much, Megan. It is.
Good morning. My name is Issa Lancaster. Hi, my name is Diana Diaz. Hi, my name is Brooke.
Hello, my name is Colden.
Hi, I'm Israel. Remember back in the day when all it took was 10 seconds on the swing to make a new friend? That's where friendships really began.
Our journey to find who we identify with and feel comfortable with started here. It's safe to say that if in our younger days we weren't encouraged to hang out with our peers inside and outside of the classroom, we would not have some of the friends we have today.
4th and 5th graders nowadays don't get that same opportunity.
I say it's time that we start creating conversation.
Let's talk.
You're checking here. Yeah. Members formed an Invent2Prevent committee and created Let's Talk, an interactive card game for 4th and 5th graders. The game can be played in either a small group setting or as a large classroom discussion. To play the game, students will take turns choosing a question level, either light, medium, or deep, and each will share their response with the others. By facilitating positive conversations, Let's Talk helps students socialize and share their emotions. The mission of Let's Talk was presented to 6 groups of 4th and 5th graders by members of our I2P team, and you'll learn exactly how we went about sharing this mission throughout the rest of our presentation.
During the pandemic, much disruption was caused. Children stopped learning in an in-person environment, parents were forced to take on the role of teachers, and we were all stuck in our homes for what seemed like an eternity. In this disruption, children have not only become behind in their education, but more importantly, have become more socially isolated than ever. It is no secret that social isolation can have devastating effects on the health and lives of children. A study published in the National Library of Medicine even suggests that social isolation has a strong association with increasing depression and anxiety rates. To counter this issue, LAG has created the game called Let's Talk. Let's Talk is focused on expanding and rebuilding the bonds COVID-19 destroyed by reversing the negative effects of quarantine. By facilitating positive conversations, Let's Talk promotes inclusivity and friendship building. Let's Talk eradicates social isolation and helps establish a more comfortable classroom or learning environment.
So our target audience for Let's Talk is 4th through 5th graders. Since our game focuses on creating understanding and preventing bullying, we felt like this would be a great age demographic to pursue this goal with. So our age demographic, which is 9 through 11-year-olds, have missed out on important stages of cognitive and social development due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Because of this, they have not adequately developed skills such as communicating well with others, understanding that other people have different perspectives than them, and understanding what social cues are. So obviously, these are important skills that these kids are going to need in the future to function in our society. Let's Talk hopes to redevelop these skills in a way that is fun, entertaining, and can create long-lasting friendships. Additionally, kids in this age demographic have placed a higher importance on validation from their peers. So because of this, kids may have a harder time being vulnerable because they fear rejection or being embarrassed in front of others. This is even more so true because kids who want to be liked may be harsher or less understanding towards others to increase that likability. This is even more so true with the prominence of social media in these kids' lives. In fact, the Mayo Clinic states that kids are more likely to be harsher on social media due to the fact that they don't think there's consequences to their words because it is on the internet rather than in person. This is a very alarming statistic because kids in this age demographic, around 50% have access to their own personal cell phones. If they don't have access to their own personal cell phone, they have access to another form of technology, such as a computer or an iPad. So kids who are on the receiving end of this treatment may feel ostracized from their peers, which could have very serious long-term consequences in the future. So Let's Talk has developed 2 main game strategies for new players to the game. We have handed each of you a manual that explains these tactics. But for our first game strategy, we have small group discussions. So for our small group discussions, kids will be placed in groups of about 4 to 5 students to allow for more intimate sharing time. So in these discussions, kids will be able to pick questions that range on 3 different difficulty levels. Light, which is represented by the color yellow, medium, which is represented by the color blue, and deep, which is represented by the color purple. So when the kids pick their difficulty level of the question, a number of dice corresponds with this. So for example, if a kid picks a lighter question, they're only allowed to roll 1 die. If a kid picks a medium question, they roll 2 dice and so on. So the point of this strategy is to encourage kids to pick the deeper, more meaningful questions because it increases the likability that they will win the game. However, it does not force the kids to do this. They still have a chance, the kids who pick the lighter questions, to win the game since the points on the dice are random enough to win. Moving on to our second game strategy, we have the classroom discussion strategy. So this is based on a 3-week system. For our first week, the kids will answer the questions through yeses and nos and trues and false. Moving on to the second week, a teacher will hand out a slip of paper. The kids will fill out their answers to the questions anonymously. The teachers will then pick up these slip of papers and read it aloud to the classroom. And then for the third and final week, the kids will just raise their hands and answer the questions openly. Of course, the time periods for the strategy can be adjusted based on how comfortable the kids are with the questions. The teachers can then use the data collected from the students' answers to group kids together who have similar interests or similar experiences to hopefully facilitate a friendship. Both of these strategies increase understanding amongst classmates, which will prevent bullying, which is the goal of our game.
In order to produce the best version of Let's Talk, our team participated in a series of preliminary research tactics. For example, because we are a legislative youth council, we come from many different parts of Louisiana. Therefore, our main form of communication was through Zoom. During these Zoom calls, we started off the idea small and eventually snowballed it into what it is today. We were able to apply our own real life experiences. Just like everyone else, all of us have either been in 4th and 5th grade at one point of our lives. So we understand what it's like to be in a vulnerable position, even inside of the classroom. Therefore, we formulated these questions in order to engage their own creativity and for them to express it. Therefore, realizing that they have more in common rather than different. Lastly, we tested the game in actual classroom settings as seen on the screen. We were lucky to be able to not only receive feedback from the students, but also from their own teachers and mentors. This allowed us to get feedback from the students to see what we could do to cater to them, but also from the teachers from a professional standpoint. And in the end, we have received what we have today. Let's talk.
To carry out our initial tactics, 3 members of our team visited 6 elementary schools throughout the state of Louisiana to present Let's Talk. The parishes of the schools we visited are located throughout the state. We tested Let's Talk in Louisiana's Northeast, Southwest, and Southeast. In total, we presented Let's Talk to approximately 150 students. The students at each of the schools visited were able to effectively communicate their responses because they first were separated into intimate groups of 4 to 5 students each, or our small group setting. Afterwards, we tested Let's Talk on the larger classroom scale as well. For content created, we ran 2 social media accounts, one being a TikTok to appeal to our younger audience, and the other being a Pinterest to appeal to parents and teachers. Our Pinterest was especially important because according to US News and World Report, 87% of teachers use Pinterest for classroom materials. Our TikTok gained 18 followers and 93 likes across 2 posts, and our Pinterest gained 12 followers and approximately 300 monthly views. As previously stated, the cards for Let's Talk are separated into 3 different levels: light, medium, and deep. Something unique about our cards is that they are color-coded, with yellow cards including light questions, medium cards including blue cards including medium questions, and lastly, purple cards including deep questions. An example of a yellow card would be, who is your real life superhero? An example of a blue card would be, who do you talk to about your feelings? And lastly, an example of a purple card would be, have you ever felt lonely? We have passed out cards to the judges, so if you guys would like to look at more examples of our cards, feel free to do so.
As Let's Talk was implemented in elementary schools across the state of Louisiana, we had extensive conversations with teachers who opened up their classroom to the game in order to measure its effectiveness. We even received over about 60 written testimonies from the students, as shown on the board. On the bottom of the screen, we have a quote from one of our team members who went to a school and played the game with 5th graders in her area. She said that the 5th graders in the area used their communication skills and mastered talking face to face. From this, we can tell that the students really enjoyed playing the game and learning more about their peers. At Kidder Elementary, for example, a teacher explained that students absolutely loved playing the game and that she would be implementing the game in her classroom on a weekly basis. She commented on how the game has multiple different levels and various ways of play. Students also began to open up more. Those that would have been left undetected without Let's Talk are now getting the help that they need. Overall, Let's Talk promotes conversation and connecting through creating conversations from Let's Talk. I can just enjoy this.
Sorry, our slides are not going. All right, thank you.
So the future of Let's Talk. So as of right now, the Louisiana Youth Advisory Council gets new members each year, meaning there will always be young, fresh faces guaranteed to sustain the project for continued development. Our project has great potential for sustainability and scalability. As of right now, Let's Talk is solely an online source, meaning it is completely free for anyone to use. And although the game does specifically target 4th and 5th grades, we are currently working on expanding the demographics and making the game more accessible. Some future developments include creating braille cards for blind students and creating a Let's Talk mobile app for increased accessibility. As of right now, Let's Talk is on the state level in Louisiana. The only barriers we have experienced have been getting permission from teachers and schools in order to play the game in the classroom. But despite this, LAG is still actively partnering with these schools to implement the game. In the future, we hope we can take the game to the national level as well. Some potential partners we would like to include would account for local libraries, school guidance counselors, and popular social media influencers for kids. LAG also hopes to partner with other advisory councils across the nation to help promote the game. The only foreseeable need that the project may have in the future is an annually updated list of questions that users can use to continue the game. Other than this, Let's Talk is the perfect game to take to the national level.
Any questions? Let's talk.
Great, thank you. So I've got the judges up next. We have 10 minutes to ask questions, and then we'll have the next team. So judges, I ask you to fire away, please.
So let's talk. That was excellent. That was excellent. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming to the seat. Let's talk again. Really great job. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for coming to DC. Really appreciate your passion and enthusiasm for this work. I was really excited because you're looking to target 9 to 11-year-olds. We at the Department of Homeland Security haven't really worked directly with youth, so we're really interested in solutions that can be used to promote positive pro-social behavior like you're trying to amplify here. When you say you're trying to expand the demographics, have you thought about this concept at an older age, maybe in middle school when people don't talk? Middle school is kind of one of those ages when folks really begin to shut down as well. Would be interested in your thoughts.
Yeah, so we have thought about expanding the game to high school ages. Again, a barrier or something we would have to work through is just developing more questions or different questions that appeal to a high school audience. But yes, we definitely have thought about it.
With respect to that question, how did you develop the initial set of questions?
So through the initial set of questions, like I said, we participated in those Zoom calls, and we have a lot of people on the council. It isn't just the 5 of us. Therefore, we get a broader audience and more opinion. We all come from different backgrounds, so we all experience different things. So we took that into account, and the lighthearted questions were the easiest ones because appealing to 4th and 5th graders is easier. However, for the deep questions, we had to set a level of maturity to it because we didn't want to overwhelm the children. However, in the future, if we have the opportunity to expand it nationwide, we would like to have psychologists evaluate what would be the correct questions to ask.
Well, congratulations on your success so far. This is amazing. And my question is, have you heard directly from a teacher or anyone say, I had a very closed off student and we did this game and like their demeanor completely changed throughout the year and it really, changed their ability to open up?
Yeah, so me personally, I went to 3 elementary schools in my parish. Actually, all 3 elementary schools in my parish. I come from a really rural part of Louisiana. While visiting the schools I went to, I actually had to quickly leave because I had to go back to school right after presenting the game to the students. However, at Kinder Elementary, which is a school that another one of our members went to, one of the teachers actually did comment that there were students who began to really open up, and she was actually able to really pinpoint the students that needed help and needed to, be put into a better situation, maybe resituate their seating to better fit that student's emotional and social standing.
Hi, everybody. Great job. This is an awesome presentation. So thank you so much. You should be really proud of the work that you've done. That's fantastic. I just kind of building on the questions that my other panelists have asked, regarding the age group. I'm interested in, kind of why you chose this age group. I know you mentioned a little bit, I don't know if there's like specific research behind it based on the pandemic. Because, and I'm also kind of wondering if it could be implemented, your thoughts on implementing it for younger kids actually, because, you know, some of the younger kids were greatly affected by the pandemic as well, like kind of losing out on their kindergarten, first grade years, which are pretty developmental. So just wondering your thoughts on that.
So when we were first starting this project, we wanted to do something that would kind of combat the negative effects of COVID. So we wanted to choose an age group that was one of the most effective, but would also be able to absorb this information and be able to kind of understand it better, which is why we didn't choose a younger age group. That's why we went for 9 through 11-year-olds. We have considered moving towards younger age groups. We, again, like Brooke said, we would need to reevaluate our questions and reassess that to fit their level of maturity.
Amazing work. I think you should take a step back and just be very proud of yourself for what you did here. And that presentation was phenomenal. So like a good academic, I like to figure out, you know, what the feedback looks like. So when you did the 6 focus groups, what feedback did you get and how did you adjust your program based on that feedback?
Yeah, I can talk about that because like I said earlier, I did visit 3 elementary schools throughout in my parish, which is a county for those who aren't aware in Louisiana. So while I went to each of those schools, I tested the game to about 50 students. There were about 50 elementary school students that I tested it to. And for every single one of them, I gave them a sticky note and I allowed them to expand on their experience. And I allowed them to, you know, tell us any input they would like to be added to the game and also give their thoughts on the game. So I definitely did get some good input from this. Something unique I actually realized is that the 4th graders were really okay with the questions. And I even had one say maybe even lighter questions. But then whenever you get to the 5th grade level, you can really see the shift in cognitive development because many of the 5th graders wanted even deeper questions. So that's definitely something we could take into consideration moving forward. And then other than that, we overall had a very positive response from the students. Like you can't see on the screen, but previously there were some sticky notes that were shown. One student said if the game was up for sale, they would definitely buy it. Another one said they so loved it with like a heart on the sticky note. So we overall got a very positive response from the students.
Let me ask one more question and I'll give the mic. How hard was it to get into those 6 schools? So I think about this idea of sustainability and scaling it up. Was it labor intensive? What did the pitch look like to ask a teacher to let you in the room?
Yes, I guess I'll answer this one as well. So it was definitely an extensive process, I would say. I first had to call the elementary supervisor of my school district. I called her the night of the Super Bowl, pretty memorable call. And I actually talked to her, gave her like the run through of the game and got her opinion of, you know, presenting it to the elementary schools. And then that was on a Friday. And then that next Monday, I went to the district leadership meeting and this was where our superintendent, the secondary supervisor, elementary, many important figures in my school district were there. And I actually presented the game to them. They went through all of the questions. There was one question that they were kind of, you know, iffy about. And I had to, you know, go through that system. And then afterwards, they had to get the okay from the teachers to, you know, have a lot of time for the game to be presented. And following that, the next 2 days, I went to 2 schools on the first day and then another school on the next day.
Sorry, I'm just gonna take a follow-up real quick to that question. In terms of the teachers' acceptance of actually implementing the game within their classrooms. I know, teachers are very busy during the day. They have a lot of curriculum to go through. I'm just wondering if you guys received any pushback from them on making this like a regular practice for their classroom. And I would think that would be something you may run into at the higher grade levels as well, as they're a little more serious about their things.
We did have that doubt in the beginning initially, which is why we formulated the tactics to where it would only take approximately 20 minutes or less. And we also made the curriculum extensive over week by week basis. We don't want the children to lose interest in it and have them do the questions every single day consecutively. We want to expand it as much as possible. And we also have 66 questions on there, so it could be expanded throughout an entire school year. As far as the teachers having input or kind of pushing it away, it wasn't necessarily that. It was more as though the process of it. We would have to have written consent from their parents, and we had to have written consent about if we wanted to take pictures or videos, which is kind of difficult to kind of get like actual hard data onto our presentation. But thankfully, we were able to surpass that and get as much as possible.
Can you talk just a little more about the actual gameplay? So you said 20 minutes there. So you pick a card associated with the difficulty of the card, that's how many dice you roll. Are we playing to a certain total number per person, or is there a board that you go around to reach the finish? I was just a little confused on that.
Okay, so basically we developed two main strategies to play the game. For the first group, our small group discussions, it's really up to how long the teacher wants to play. So if they want to play to 10 points, if they want to play to 20 points, we wanted to make it as flexible as possible so it would fit into the teacher's schedule. For the in-classroom discussions, that's just an idea for the newer players, somebody who's not exposed to this game, who's never played anything like this, just so it can ease the kids in so they're not like hit with all these heavy questions so early on. So a question like, who do you talk to, or do you ever feel lonely, might be kind of tough for a first question, and like saying that openly in a classroom, especially if you feel pressure from your peers to answer correctly. So we wanted to make this as easy on the kids and teachers as possible.
Michael, you have the last question.
Thanks, Tony. These purple questions are great. I'm gonna bring them into the office. It's about one question for you regarding these purple questions. What do you do when an intervention might be needed? And of the 150 students that you spoke with, to what is the course of action, especially in some of these school districts that might have less access to resources?
So when it comes to teacher intervention, it's kind of up to the teacher to decide. We feel like the teacher is confident enough, she knows, or he or she knows what the responsible choice is. So we kind of left that up to them. But if there's teacher intervention, it's for them to decide.
Fantastic job. So next we'll have Burlington Township High School. And Ann Gohart in the audience. Raise your hands. Great job as the teacher. To let you know, after all three teams have presented, we will take the judges, sequester them for no more than 15 minutes. And they will deliberate, come back, and we will announce in reverse order to build suspense. Third, second, and then first place. We have a catered lunch. It starts at noon. 1 o'clock, we begin the collegiate session. We ask everybody back by 12:50. After the event today, we actually have a 1-hour social, which would be wonderful to have you all here and to talk to the students. In the afternoon session, Dr. Rachel Nielsen, Director of Preventing Targeted Violence Programs at the McCain Institute, will be your moderator. And during the judges' deliberation, Rachel Hunkler is going to share with you the honorary mention teams, of which we have some great teams that aren't here. We also have the scholarship winners, and also we will be showing 3 videos that the student teams put together. So we'll make good use of your time. So let me just check on our second team, Burlington Township. Yes, excuse me. Mike, I'll get it to you out here. Thanks for your patience.
Have you ever been questioned about the clothes that you were wearing? Have you ever been the target of violence due to your religion?
Have you ever been taunted by your classmates because of your religious beliefs?
Well, unfortunately, this is what many Muslims face today in our society. Studies have shown that after 9/11, hate crimes have increased greatly, especially towards Muslims. In the years 2014 to 2015, the hate crimes have increased a staggering 67%, according to the Pew Research Organization.
And what if I told you that I've been a victim of hate speech before? I remember when I was in 8th grade, it was October 15th, 2019. Yes, I remember the exact date this happened. I was sitting in my math class when my classmate walked up to me and decided to yell, Allahu Akbar, boom. I was shocked because I knew people experience hate because of their religion or color, but I never thought I'd experience it too. Of course, I ignored the guy, but he obviously wanted my attention, so he repeated, Allahu Akbar, boom. I decided to tell him to stop repeating that because it made me uncomfortable. And then he replied, oh, isn't that what Muslims say when bombing people? Oh, and buildings? I was shocked, and this situation still affects me to this day. And this is why Burlington Township High School curated Piece by Piece. And my name is Fatia, and this is, I'm Mahawa.
I'm Mackenzie.
I'm Kuman.
I'm Isha, and we are
Piece by Piece.
We created Piece by Piece to address the misconceptions and hate that many Islamic followers receive. Our key mission was to educate high schoolers about what the true beliefs of Islam are. We made sure that we made an impact on these students.
Through our research, we found that negative bias against race and religion are not always adequately handled by staff or administration in schools. In 2018, 57% of cases relating to hate and bias resulted in no disciplinary action. Our study also found that incidents of bias against religious groups, namely Muslim and Jewish faiths, were the second most common to receive bias next to race and ethnicity.
Furthermore, according to a study done by PBS.org, educating children at a younger age will allow them to grow with factual and positive knowledge of different races, genders, ethnicities, and disabilities. This study shows that educating children at a younger age allows them to grow up with a more open mind that allows them to know that prejudice towards a certain religion is morally wrong.
A yearly survey done by the Institute for Social Policy and Understanding supported a statement that Muslims are more likely to experience religious discrimination compared to other religions. The audience that we decided to target are high school students. So these are students between the ages of 14 through 18. Our high school, Burlington Township High School, has roughly 275 students per grade. So we aim to spread knowledge and fight misconceptions about Islam to these students.
Our team decided to target younger audience because it is shown that students are not being adequately educated or disciplined enough about serious topics such as hate crimes. It is easier to learn from your peers as to why what you did is wrong rather than being disciplined by a staff member. Also, educating the students at a young age is very beneficial because we are teaching them knowledge and information to absorb and grow with.
Education is also vital with social issues and protests occurring in countries with a predominantly Muslim population, such as Iran. Unfactual information and bias can spread throughout our own country, and violence can be targeted to Muslims. Educating our youth about this bias will prevent targeted violence against them in the future.
Piece by Piece developed many different strategies and various ways of aiming our target audience. Piece by Piece focal point is our puzzle. Our puzzle has 4 pictures on it, and on the bottom it says peace be upon you. These 4 pictures are very significant as these are commonly misunderstood by people who don't practice Islam.
Our in-person outreach brought students together to learn and become more educated on a common issue, bias and othering relating to Islam and Muslims. This outreach was held on December 14th in our high school's media center. This outreach brought 51 students to our hour-long session. At the beginning of the outreach, we introduced the 5 different station activities to the students, and we also allowed them to pick whatever stations they wanted to start off with first.
Once the students were settled at their station, we gave them 5 minutes to complete that station before we rotated them to the next. Once all groups completed every single station, we gave them our puzzle to complete together. As students were completing our pre-survey, our stations, our puzzle, and our post-assessment, we were inputting their names into a prize pool for the chance to win one of our 6 prizes at the end of our event.
For our in-person event, we had 5 stations that focused on the 8 core statements. So a few of those statements are: the choice of hijab is a woman's choice. Allahu Akbar, which means God is great, is not used as a term of violence. And some Middle Eastern countries may oppress women, but it isn't Islamic law. We have our puzzles.
Yeah, we use various tactics to spread knowledge about our outreach as well as our club. So to adapt to the digital age, we created an Instagram as well as a Twitter account, a website, a link tree, as well as appearing on our morning show for our high school, which is called BTHS Morning Show. Now, with our link tree, we were able to link all of our websites and our social medias on one platform. So this allowed students to gain easy access to all of the links. We also included 2 articles that spoke about Islam. For example, one of them is why women wear hijabs. The other one gives an overview of the Islamic faith. So with the link tree, students would be able to click on a link or scan a QR code, and they were able to access our link tree as well as our other websites.
The social media we decided to utilize the most was Instagram, because we found that our target audience also uses Instagram the most. On our most recent post, it was a post about our in-person event. We reached 226 accounts, and on our most recent highlight story, we reached 82.
We also created a website, and this website holded information on our in-person event, our project overview, and links to our social media. Our website also includes our logos and other pictures.
Ladies and gentlemen, by show of hands, how many of you guys get your information from the news? Wow, nearly all of you. Well, this is exactly why Piece by Piece decided to go on our high school's morning show, the BTHS Morning Show. The BTHS Morning Show gives all students in the building updates on club events, weather, sports, and other school happenings. Our very own members, myself, and the lovely Jordan Brown in the crowd, decided to go into the morning show and give students an update on what our club is and our in-person outreach. We were able to reach every single student in the school due to the fact that these morning shows are expected to be played by teachers in advisory periods that all students have. We reached around 1,200 kids, but I mean, hey, who's counting?
So we were able to measure our effectiveness through our pre and post survey. Now, with our pre and post survey, they included 8 questions about the Islamic faith, and they were exactly the same. Now, the pre-survey was given before the outreach occurred and before the activities happened. So that includes a puzzle as well as the stations. This was to test the knowledge, the prior knowledge of students about Islam. So we see that 28.6% of students got all of the 8 questions correct. Now, after we gave our pre-survey, we then held our outreach event, which again includes a puzzle and our stations. After that event occurred, we then gave the post-survey, which had the same exact questions. There was a huge increase in the knowledge gained by the students. Now, 75% of students were able to get all 8 questions correct, compared to the 28.6% of students that previously got them correct. This goes to show that our outreach event, as well as our activities, really helped teach students about Islam and fight the misconceptions about them. So students' knowledge was able to grow from these events alone.
In the near future, Piece by Piece also plans to expand to other religions and faiths to reach more of our target audience. The key point of our project, putting a puzzle together with other students, is easily accessible and known, so it can easily be spread to other counties, high schools, and states. Our activities are engaging and easy to replicate in classrooms.
And guess what? We're not done yet. Piece by Piece plans to grow our program plus more, and not only Burlington Township, but the surrounding communities nearby. We plan to do so by partnering with our district superintendents, our principals, nurses, guidance counselors, teachers, etc. Piece by Piece will only grow bigger.
Going along with what Ishan previously stated, we are having a continuous discussion with our principal and our superintendent who came to our outreach event. They really like what we were doing and they are supporting us throughout this journey. And so we plan on spreading the knowledge as well as the outreach event to our elementary schools as well as our middle school.
Our team also plans to bring Piece by Piece to our local library, Burlington County Library, because we plan to spread information outside our school district and more communities can learn about Islam.
An organization we plan to partner with is the Islamic Academy of Burlington County, which also stands for IABC. IABC holds the same vision we have, which is to educate the youth on the bias and othering towards Islam. It will not only educate others, but it will make everybody feel more ease and comfort.
Once again, we have been Piece by Piece, and we hope you join us in building unity together.
Wonderful job. Judges, please.
Thanks so much, and certainly another great job, great presentation, and sounds like a great project. To get started, can you talk to us a little bit about why high schoolers, why you thought that would be the ideal target, and how did you settle on that?
Okay. So we decided on high schoolers because, as Mackenzie mentioned, we researched about the Islam as well as other statistics, such as how students are able to grow from an early age and have knowledge that they're able to obtain. So as Fatia shared, her story occurred with a 13 to 14-year-old at the time. So with high school, we have ages 14 through 18. And with high school, we're able to have that peer-to-peer education rather than a student maybe going to someone in authority or an adult. With that peer-to-peer education, we're able to educate them while also making it a comfortable space so they are willing to learn. And that's why we decided on that target audience and to go to high schoolers about this. Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations on a very good job. First of all, thank you for sharing your story. I'm sorry that happened to you, but I'm glad you turned that into a positive by building something like this. So thank you for that. I had a question about your questions. So you're targeting right now high school students. As you kind of you thought about expanding towards middle school and elementary school, do you envision changing the types of questions you may have that?
Okay. Yeah. So we would change the station activities to make it more accessible to younger audience. So that's why we had our focus point be our puzzle. because any age can really solve a puzzle, especially those in elementary school. We would possibly just shorten the amount of pieces it takes to build the puzzle. So that would make it easy for students to learn, because everyone can solve a puzzle. Now, with the questions, we would also adapt to that and make them more understandable for younger audiences. So we wouldn't have to change too much, but we would change the question, or question. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Okay, thank you guys so much for your presentation. It was fantastic. Thank you, and thank you for sharing your story. It's very powerful. And I just wanted to say I really appreciated all the research that you shared and kind of backing behind what you're doing. And also your efforts on social media to expand and to reach your demographic that way. My question is, you talked about doing your in-person outreach and your after-school event. Has there been any discussion with the principal or with the superintendent in making any of this like part of the curriculum during the school day?
Currently, we have not talked to our principal about doing anything inside of school, because really all of our clubs and activities happen after school. But that is definitely a very good point, and we can actually definitely bring that up to him.
Hello. For students that participated, what was some like helpful feedback you got from them, like adjustments that were made to how you planned the activity and found ways to advance and improve it?
Well, I would say a lot of students came up to us and talked about how they were Muslim and how they felt more safe. They're able to open up, as some people are scared to say their religion and be confident in it. So by explaining this and talking about religion, especially Islam, people are more comfortable to say, hey, I'm Muslim and I'm proud.
Excellent job. I want to thank you very much for your courage. This a project like this takes courage in the community. And I want to ask if there's been any backlash to the work that you've had. You know, shedding light on a topic sometimes can be a challenge. And while there's been certainly positive pro-social change, have any incidents arisen since the start of the project?
Yeah, so with that, we did have some pushback because we are a public school. And so talking about religion is a touchy topic. With that, religion, instead of focusing on promoting a religion or giving, just facts about a religion, we wanted to fight misconceptions about Islam rather than, just giving knowledge about Islam. So with that, yes, we are a public school, so it was hard to get approved and we had to change and adapt to that. So yeah, we were able to push through and really just emphasize we're fighting misconceptions. Thank you.
So for the in-person event, I heard you guys mention some prizes. Was that your idea to kind of get more folks involved? What other ideas do you have to kind of fight the opt-in bias? Folks that may be already predisposed to learning a little bit more about the Islamic religion, or making it more broad. How do you share with like the broader community? How do you recruit more folks to get involved with a program like this?
Well, so for the prizes, we were able to get 6 of them from our very own school store, The Nest. We had prizes such as t-shirts, backpacks, pencils, and like our grand prize was a $25 gift card. And being able to broaden our impact, we were definitely able to utilize our social media, our Instagram. As we've seen, we reached 226 people, and we definitely can reach more. And yeah.
I was wondering if you had any statistics on kind of the demographics of your high school and like the religion as well, I guess, within the high school. I don't know if that's data that's collected, but wondering if how prominent Islam is within your high school already, and also kind of piggybacking on that. I know this is kind of a nascent effort that you guys are doing right now, but wondering if you're collecting data, if you're planning to collect data, as far as if any incidents of hate or things like that. Are you collecting the data to see with this, are they going down, or is that decreasing within the community?
Unfortunately, we are not, at the beginning of our project, we did try to put out a survey to ask students what their religion was and like if they had ever, I guess, received any bias or anything like that. And our administration were like, we can't do that. Unfortunately, because we are a public school, we're not allowed to necessarily kind of spread religion on that topic. But our school is about, I think it's about like 53% minority and 47% white. I'm pretty sure that those are the statistics.
I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about the puzzle pictures. You mentioned that they were often misunderstood, but didn't get a chance to explain why exactly you chose these and maybe a little bit more about why they are misunderstood.
Well, there are 4 pictures. The first picture just show a man bowing his head on the ground, which Muslims call sujood. And it just shows how Muslims, they pray in peace. We are peace, and we don't pray or have the type of teachings where we promote violence. The next one is a Muslim couple. And I know some people think that, you know, Islam promotes men being abusive to their wives, mistreating their wives, women not having rights. And that is incorrect, as women have rights and they have a lot of benefits in Islam, and that men aren't allowed to be abusive. There is another picture that shows of hijabi girls, a couple of them showing the hearts. And it just shows how Muslim women are free. We are happy. You know, we wear the hijab because we choose to wear it. And it just shows that we are proud of this. We choose this lifestyle. We are not oppressed. And then the last one shows kids of different ethnicities running. And it just shows that Muslims are not Arab. Not all of them are Arab, and we are different. And there's different parts that we come from, and we all come together as one. We are together.
I was wondering if you talk a little bit about sustainability or scalability, actually. So as you expand to other schools and things like that, you know, how many student volunteers are you talking? How labor intensive is it to get this running on other schools?
Yeah, so our elementary school, Fountain Woods, is through the grade, 2nd grade to 5th grade, and that is right across the street from our high school. So it'd be pretty easy to go and to give knowledge to the students about Islam. And so again, we are talking with our principal and superintendent about spreading this to the other schools. Our middle school is also down the street. It is a drive, but it's about like 1 minute away. So these are very close schools to us. And we would be able to come, you know, after school, because there are programs after school in the middle school as well as our elementary school. So we would be able to go after class ended for them. And we would be able to do the same activities, just tweak them a little bit and yeah, by that. So with this discussion we have with our principal and superintendent, we are in the process of, you know, going to these schools and spreading that knowledge.
Michael, you have the last question again.
Marcia, again, thank you for sharing your story. You said that left a mark on you for the rest of your life. For anybody on the team, what was the moment that you realized this project will have on the rest of your life?
So so this project, I feel, made me feel safer, happier, and I was also happy that people came to our event to learn about it and feel welcomed. And like Mahawa said earlier, people were more happy to express their feelings and how they're Muslims, and they now feel comfortable to explain that they're Muslim and feel proud about it. Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Great, remarkable campaign. Great job.
Thank you.
And now we have our third and final presentation from Pompano Beach High School in Pompano Beach. And they're probably miking up. Great. You know, just while we're waiting for the students, we started Invent2Prevent at the collegiate level in the spring of 2021. And we, as an organization, have been working with Collegiate for 32 years. High school is an entirely different beast. It is not easy. The amount of, I'll use the word red tape and approval process is remarkable. So I appreciate the judges, Seamus, your comments, like, what was the process to do this? It's remarkable. They're tenacious. They were able to get the job done. And again, it is not easy because we currently, for this past semester, had 25 schools participate. Well, this current semester, which has already started, we have 42, which is a significant increase. And it's only because of the state level school directors who see this as really valuable and are introducing Invent2Prevent to the superintendents, who then say, I want this in my district. Then they send it to the principals who say, I want this in my school. And then the principals will identify the right teacher advisor who has either a club or class where it becomes the project of the school. So it is a process and they get it done in remarkable, quick time. So, it's not like this just happens automatically. It's a tremendous amount of work that everybody has to engage to make it happen, to bring it to life. I just want to pass that along because it takes a tenacious commitment to make this happen, particularly when you deal with issues like religion. So we're all set for our next game. Pompano Beach High School.
A neighbor, a teammate, a classmate, a friend, gone, but not just one. 17, lost, but never forgotten. On February 14th, 2018, our hometown of Parkland, Florida, was struck with tragedy. A gunman opened fire at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, killing 17 students and injuring 21 more. Chaos like no other.
A pain that is indescribable.
A day that has been haunting us for years.
Our goal to be part of the movement.
A part of the change. Hi, my name is Ali Vagilovs. I'm Ayla Friedman.
I'm Crystal Felix.
I'm Sophia Ramirez.
And I'm Zoe Katz. And this is Bonding Buddies, ties that last a lifetime.
So who are we? We are a group of over 45 dedicated individuals who have come together with a common goal. Change. Together we united to create the Make Our School Safe Club, originally founded after the tragedy in our hometown at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Make Our School Safe's national mission is to empower students and staff to create and maintain a community of safety and vigilance in a secure school environment. Putting our best efforts forth, we founded an organization that brings us here today, known as Bonding Buddies. Bonding Buddies promotes social inclusiveness and creates relationships that are meant to last in an effort to cease targeted violence in the youth. In attempts to eliminate social isolation, this powerful initiative provides unique solutions in order to combat this issue.
So that's where we come in. We determined that the best way to prevent this problem is by finding its root. Research shows that 78% of school shooters were bullied as a child, and only 1/3 of them actually ever received any type of mental health help that they needed. So our mission is to create bonds with some of Broward's most at-risk students to show them that no matter what is happening at home, they have a friend and they have someone that they can trust.
Our goal is to reduce the number of students who currently feel excluded, bullied, or abused. We wanted to ensure that they always had someone by their side, someone they could count on, a friend. Through research and statistics, we have found that most cases of targeted violence have been retaliation of childhood bullying. We knew we must come in to make a change. By coordinating with the elementary school we were working with and finding a good set of times and dates that worked with both our club members
we were able to form the best bonds with the kids as well as the teachers, administration, and staff at our local elementary school.
So, who did we focus our project towards? Our primary audience was the students of Pompano Beach Elementary School. We hand-selected 70 students ages 4 through 10 who come from an economically disadvantaged home. In 2018, a study was completed by the U.S. Department of Education, resulting in 1 in every 5 students living in poverty. These students have less access to healthcare and are more likely to experience significant mental health issues. At Pompano Beach Elementary School, 86% of the students come from an economically disadvantaged home. This is who we chose to focus our project towards and are who we saw the most significant results within. Our secondary target audience is the students of our high school, Pompano Beach High School. Through extensive surveys and multiple observational studies, we were able to conclude that students, just as ourselves, often feel excluded or bullied.
So how did we execute our tactics? First, we started by making personalized name tags with a favorite color or shape of the students. Then we moved on to our main event, the friendship bracelets. We used as much variety in the string and in the colors to make matching bracelets with our bonding buddies, just like these ones. For our third tactic, we conducted a toys and clothing drive with the students in the month of December. That way no one felt alone for the holidays. As a group, we collected over 240 toys and 1,500 clothing items for the kids. This drive focused on low-income students who were hand-selected by the Pompano Beach Elementary School administration and staff. To play this off, the students were told that their parents had won a raffle, which granted them 2 gifts from Santa. This event truly helped us engage with the students and ensure that no one felt alone or excluded. The final tactic that truly helped piece each and every one of these events together was effective communication. We used effective communication throughout all of our events by discussing with the elementary school teachers and staff to set up events at each of our schools without problems and to specifically choose students to participate in our activities. By having this communication, we were being able to know that we were specifically targeting students that would benefit from our engagement and develop that line of trust and familiarity between ourselves and the kids.
Throughout our journey with bonding buddies, we have to say that one of our biggest strengths was our connections, but not just with the elementary school students, with the teachers and staff as well. That is why we attribute some of our success to the amazing group of individuals like the teachers and staff at both the elementary and high school level. Together, we were able to efficiently and effectively communicate to figure out times and dates that worked for everybody. We are specifically thankful for our advisor, Mr. Nagy, who always puts us first and makes sure that everything runs smoothly.
Our next strength is our community. We are fortunate to have an engaging and supportive community that is willing to help out hands-on when they need. While partnering with the Broward Sheriff's Office, we recognize the need for students to view law enforcement as a positive role model. Through our intended efforts, we eliminated the us versus them mentality that is prevalent in so many communities today. We became one community dedicated to fostering stronger bonds between students and law enforcement. With over 30 Broward Sheriff officers and their squad cars coming to our toy and clothing drive, they nearly doubled our efforts in donating these items back to the students. The students saw the law enforcement with a gift in their hand rather than handcuffs. This made the biggest change.
We as a team learned the importance of logistics. While collecting over 1,500 clothing items and 240 toys, we realized how to manage our projects internally. After collecting all of these toys, I was sitting with my teacher, Mr. Nagy, with all of these clothes in front of me, wondering, now where do I put them? Our team had the realization of how to think logistically and to realize that for every donation, there was a place that needs to be made for every item.
So how do we measure the success of our project? In efforts to test the effectiveness of our study, we produced 2 surveys for the students to take before and after our engagement.
To execute this, we communicated with the teachers at the elementary school to have them help their students complete the survey before our arrival, and then before we left, we helped the students complete the same survey to measure the difference in their feelings. Given that our participants do range from grades pre-K to 5th grade, we used emojis to correlate to numbers on a 0 to 10 scale, with 0 being the happiest to 10 being the saddest. We received 20 responses as we personally had to help the students complete each survey. As you can see in the pre-survey results, 30% of students selected emotions on a 0 to 4 scale, while in the post-survey results, 90% of students selected emotions on the 0 to 4 scale, displaying a 60% improvement in happier emotions and therefore proving our initiative effective.
As with most things in life, social media could either be used as a resource or a distraction. We definitely decided to use it to its fullest potential. By using our Instagram account to not only share pictures about what we've been up to around town, but also using it as a communication medium. And our plan worked. Due to our large and interactive social media platform, we had the honor of being recognized by 4 publications. These include, but are not limited to, on the national level, the Campus Safety Magazine, and on the state level, the Sun Sentinel newspaper.
So let's talk sustainability and scalability. With our expectations exceeded, we will continue this project in the future. We will use our model and implement it in as many schools as we can. We saw such a positive response from our student body that we know we will have so many volunteers to aid in the continuance of our program. In the end, we work to instill these long-lasting bonds today so those we reach will have a better tomorrow. Throughout this project, we have had the pleasure of meeting with so many young, bright kids with a future of opportunity ahead of them. By using our resources to help and reach out, we were able to impact over 70 students. Bonding Buddies was created to eliminate social isolation and instill these long-lasting bonds. And based off of our project, it has had a positive impact by far. We love what we do because they love what we do. And being able to make one of their days and make one of them smile makes all the difference.
Yeah, this is hard. My heart goes out for you, and you've made a tremendous impact in your opening statement, and we stand with you with the Department of Homeland Security and really appreciate the energy that you're bringing to this prevention space. So thank you so much. You mentioned 3 goals. You mentioned preventing isolation, preventing retaliation in the body system. I wanted to peel back the preventing retaliation issue. How did these projects address that issue of retaliation before it's happening? Like, were there students that might have been targeted or victims or bullied that you saw some behavioral changes? I'm just curious to know how you address preventing the retaliation component of your goals. Thank you.
Right, so through research, we did find that most children coming from lower income homes, they are most likely to develop these issues as they're developing as a child. So by communicating with their guidance counselors, we were able to hand select 70 students that were coming from the lowest income homes in the school. From there, they were the kids that were attending our events and were attending all of the events we were holding through Bonding Buddies. And that's how we were able to just coordinate and get the kids that we needed the most.
Thank you.
Talk to us about the conversations you were having with these participants during, the events, the bracelet making. How were you helping them to share, build openness, and hopefully build these bonds that you could take advantage of down the road?
So a lot of the students that we had talked with, we formed smaller groups to have more one-on-one interactions with. We would ask them questions like, what's your favorite color? What's your favorite shape? Anything that they would understand, and that maybe they have a similar common characteristic with another friend or with us. This helped them really get to know each other because they weren't all students that were already familiar with them. And then by creating those bonds, they had something in common so they could further continue their conversation.
I just wanted to point out one thing. When I was in elementary school, they paired us just with reading buddies first and fifth graders. And I remember my buddies to this day. Now it's just a reading partner. So this has a little more meaning behind it. So I remember that. I'm sure these kids are gonna remember this program, you know, for the rest of their life. My question is, have you heard any stories from parents whose children participate in this? And like how it's made a difference in their children's lives?
So personally, we haven't heard from the parents themselves, but we have spoken to the kids who go back to the parents that we would think and share with them how they've met us and created that connection with us. So by having us there and being able to communicate to that parents, it's like a secondary source. It's almost as we are connecting with the parents, but through the child. It's like when you go home and you share with your mom, oh, I had a great day. I was able to create these bonds. That's what I feel like we're doing. So we're having that secondhand involvement with the parents and knowing that we can at least reach the kids who go on to share that. It just creates that impact for them. And that's what we.
Amazing work, ladies. And you should be very proud. I know your parents are as they. But you can tell your passion is effusive and it's infectious. And I want to talk a little bit about sustainability. How much work would this be? How many people do you need if you decided tomorrow to start this in Georgia? Like, what's the legwork that needs to happen in order for that to be successful in a different state?
Okay, so it's pretty low maintenance. It's very inexpensive and really flexible. There are so many mediums in which we could do activities. It doesn't have to be friendship bracelets. It can be like group activities. It could be, you know, going out in the field and running around, like getting that kind of creative juices flowing, and that kind of makes it easier to implement in different places because the model is so broad and expansive, right? So when we bring it to, say, Georgia, right? We show, okay, so we did friendship bracelets. We, you know, made smaller groups, which is really important to get that one-on-one interaction with them. And honestly, I don't think that it would take much effort really to expand it to the other groups, because we have 18 Moss clubs nationwide, and our model we hope to share with them, so that way they can implement it at their schools, at their local elementary schools, so we can reach nationwide. Yeah.
Great job. I'll echo everyone else's sentiment. Awesome job. It's great how you kind of took the pain of the community and are trying to create this thing for sustainability and to help kind of the younger crowd within Pompano Beach. So great effort. Wondering within the program, kind of how often, I guess, you interact with the buddy and like what is that process like? Like you talked about a couple events that you did, the bracelet sharing. Like, do you get paired up with a buddy and you keep that buddy for the year, or how does that work exactly?
So we have met with them twice, once during our gift and clothing donation for the holidays. And then this month we did the friendship bracelets. We definitely want to be there once a month, like for sure. And the rest is kind of, we're going to go from there. It was funny. I was having a conversation with a little boy during the bracelet making, and he was like, so you're coming back tomorrow, right? And I was like, oh, tomorrow, but I promise soon. And we definitely have like Valentine's Day activities that we would like to plan for them. So we are using our sustainability and planning for the future.
Thank you. I'll take this opportunity to ask one more question. So the goal of the program, right, is to reduce bullying and to kind of give a voice to some of these kids. In any of your interaction, have you identified any kids that are kind of need or have suffered some of those, you know, incidents of bullying? And if you did, what happened? And if you do in the future, what is the plan if you do interact with some of those kids?
We have not witnessed a sense of bullying. I would say just because we're in a positive group and a positive community when we do hold these events. One thing I did encounter though was there was 3 little girls, and they did not speak much English. They spoke Spanish, so they were kind of isolated from the rest of the group. And I do speak some Spanish and Peruvian. So I tried to communicate as best as I could, and they just appreciated it so much, and they felt included. And so everything I just tried to translate for them and make them feel as included in the group as I could. So that's just, yeah, just making that little thing in their life and that, just making them feel included, I feel like that plays a big part in the role.
What was you?
What was your press strategy? You got a lot of media coverage. Was it the students that reached out to media organizations? Was it faculty support? Was it law enforcement? How did you get the press visibility on your project?
So actually, we are very thankful for our advisor, Mr. Nagy, who got us in contact with a lot of the press as well as with the BSO. And so it was very important for us because we're in Pompano, like we're kind of a small school, we're a magnet school, so we don't have that many kids. But these news coverages, like the 4 papers and magazines that we were in, really helped us to gain our audience. And as Zoe said earlier, we do have 18 mosque clubs nationwide. So even in like the simplest of like Florida or national newspapers, we're showing them that this is possible. If you put your mind to it and if you organize yourself, like change is possible.
Talk to us a little bit more about what you have planned in the future. You said Valentine's Day. What do the future of this program hold? And maybe the summer or other activities might be going.
So in the future, we hope to expand our projects and also reach out to more schools, because right now we are focused on the elementary school that's right next to ours. So we want to expand bonding buddies. We want to share this with other schools who also have mosque clubs, and then allow them to be able to put this initiative with their partnering elementary schools. And then some project we're saying we could expand on is like not even staying in school, take them on trips, go to a park, show that community service, and then show that positive impact, because instilling that at a young age will help them in the future and show that they can have that positive change as well.
Great, judges, one more question?
I have more of a comment than a question. I just want to point out that I feel like there could be a lot of cross promotion type stuff that could go on between you guys, and especially Let's Talk, because that could be a great game to play with these students.
Yeah. Thank you.
Great. Yes. Now the judges are going to sequester themselves by following Jordan in the white to the green room, where you will discuss, score, and then come back and share your selections with the audience. So just Jordan is behind this column right here. Also, I want to take this opportunity just to call out the teachers and advisors, because without their support, we are not in the classroom. So Rick Nagy from Pompano, please just stand up. Megan Mello, Louisiana, youth advisor. Dan Cohen from Burlington. This is not easy for teachers and faculty, as you can tell. It's like herding cats. It happens, a lot happens over the course of the 13-week period. So this is, I like to call our faculty willing victims. You know, it is hard to do, but yet they really rise to the occasion because they see the benefit, the value, not only to prevent violence and hate, but also that experiential element, which is really important in skill development in young people. So now Rachel Hunkel, who is a senior program manager for preventing targeted violence at the McCain Institute, is going to share some exciting updates on both the high school and the collegiate program. Rachel.
Thanks so much, Tony. And while the judges make their deliberations, we are going to highlight a few more teams who have got honorable mentions from our high school programs, as well as our scholarship recipients at the high school level. As you all have seen, we have had 3 amazing finalist teams this morning, and they were the cream of the crop, but we had 18 teams total submit. Yeah, 18 teams total submit final projects, and we have 5 more teams that earned the title of honorable mention that we wanted to highlight as well. Okay. The first one is Baldwin High School from New York City, New York, with their project Agents of Social Change. With this project, they actually developed a 9-week curriculum where the high schoolers themselves went into an 8th grade classroom to teach them lessons about bullying, prevention of violence, things like homophobia, sexism, ableism, just a lot of widespread topics about social justice. Made by teens and taught by teens. So that was Agents of Social Change. Our next honorable mention project is David H. Hickman High School from Columbia, Missouri. Their project Split Aid was really meant to tackle school shootings. And so they were creating essentially a first aid kit and trauma kit and conducting trainings with faculty and with students in case there would be an emergency of a school shooting or another act of violence at their school. In addition, they were also trying to inform parents and educators about the signs of mental health issues so that they could help students get the help they needed sooner rather than later. And they partnered with HOSA, which is an organization for future health professionals, to conduct these trainings as well. Next, we have Deerfield High School in Deerfield, Wisconsin, with their project Speak. Speak is an acronym. It stands for Share Personal Experience and Be Knowledgeable. They were tackling hate speech in their community, so really trying to highlight the experiences of people in their community that had experienced racial slurs and what that experience had been like for them through sharing stories on social media. In addition, they hosted a school-wide event where they invited the Wisconsin District Attorney to speak about hate speech in their state and the ties to recent events of violence. Next, we have Novato High School in Novato, California, with their project Redefining the Binary. They found that in their county, the highest form of victimization by peers to peers was against transgender students. So they were really trying to tackle this issue. What they did was they created a fashion show in which students were allowed to express themselves in whatever way they wanted to show the beauty of the non-binary. And then they also recorded this video and showed it across social media. And finally, we have Prescott High School in Prescott, Wisconsin, with their Including You project. This was another project in schools. They went into a 5th grade classroom in their local community and were working on countering othering through educational initiatives that promoted connectedness and inclusivity. You can see a picture of them doing lots of activities with the 5th grade students in that classroom. So those are our honorable mentions. If we can give a round of applause to those 5. Next, we are delighted to announce our scholarship winners for this semester for the high school level. Every semester, we give students the opportunity to apply for scholarships. These are merit-based scholarships for students participating in I2P. At the high school level, they're open to graduating seniors with the intent that they can use these funds to help further studies at the collegiate level in the field of preventing targeted violence. So we received a handful of fantastic applications this semester, and we will be giving a total of $30,000 across high school and college. So each student up here is going to receive $3,750. We have a few winners in the audience today, so if you see your name, please stand up so we can recognize you. And we have a few other students who were part of a previous I2P semester that are not here today, but we wanted to honor them as well. So without further ado, we have Ali Vagelos from Pompano Beach. Actually, because they're out there just presented. So when you see Ali, so Ali Vagelos is our first scholarship winner. We have Alma Mickelson from Deerfield High School in Wisconsin, who's not here today, but we have 3 students from Marysville High School. They took first place last semester from their school from Ohio. So Alyssa Rodman, Marlon Dix, and Jacob Schaefer from Marysville. And last but not least, another student here today, Crystal Felix from Congratulations to all of our scholarship recipients. And finally, we're going to show some short promotional videos that the students developed. So you haven't seen their full presentation, but these are just some quick 90-second videos that highlight the work that they've done. So with that, we'll start with Let's Talk. All right, next we have Burlington Township High School Piece by Piece. So look for happening.
And if you're right, and you have that. And we have a,
I'm sorry.
you want to ask you a question?
Sure. Oh my God, we're gonna be here for years if you can't send it out.
Okay, so he wants to, actually all of us want to know. For that thing on your head. Yeah, well, you're paying to cut your hair off, you won't wear it.
What? No, I really just have to chose to makes me come to them. They really encourage me to my job. That I'm really.
Instagram says so. Who gives a damn? It is, right? You messed up, and we're sorry. If you explain your religion more to us?
Sure. These critique focuses on discussing the misconceptions about Islam in hopes of bettering our community's relationship and closeness to one another. We created stations and made a puzzle to help distinguish misconceptions that may have caused people to hold hatred towards Muslims. The true Islamic teachings are to abuse, mistreat, nor hurt people.
All right, and last up, Pompano Beach High School.
We worry about what a child will become tomorrow, yet we forget that they are someone today. Stacia Chaucer. As students, we recognize the importance of creating a sense of community from a young age. On February 14th, 2018, our small town of Parkland, Florida. We worry about what a child will become tomorrow, yet we forget that they are someone today. Stacia Chaucer. As students, we recognize the importance of creating a sense of community from a young age. On February 14th, 2018, our small town of Parkland, Florida.
I can play it if you guys want to see my screen.
Sorry for the technical difficulties.
We have a
We have a few more minutes as the judges are deliberating. This was the last thing we were going to show you all. So Sean's going to play around a little bit with technology, see if we can get it to work. But if you all want to just hang out for just a couple more minutes, and then Tony will welcome the judges back once they have finished making their tough decision. So Tony.
A couple of interesting points for those that are waiting for the judges to come back. Trying to create the next generation of prevention practitioners is very, very important to the Department of Homeland Security. So the sustainability elements that you'll see in the collegiate program are really important. Those 3 teams that are here today that will be presenting this afternoon are given an opportunity to receive additional funds and then have a management infusion to keep their campaigns up and going and thriving for a year. And the McCain Institute handholds these teams to blossom. So one of the hopes and goals for the Department of Homeland Security is to have Invent2Prevent serve as an incubator of some of the best youth-created prevention programs possible. And that's starting to happen. Thus far, not only do the teams, the collegiate teams, have an opportunity to take their earnings as well as additional money that we give them for sustainment, but most years, the Department of Homeland Security CP3 awards up to $20 million to grantees. Well, they have awarded $2.4 million to approximately 7 universities that have gone through the Invent2Prevent program. Those teams are thriving. And getting back to the scholarship money, most young people have never really thought about careers in prevention. It's usually law enforcement, but prevention, security, and safety means social work, mental health professionals. We need more of that. We need to prevent bad things from happening. And I think it's just remarkable that Homeland Security has the vision and the resources to make this thing happen by incubating all the positive things you're starting to see is coming to life, which is really exciting. We hope to be able to have that sustainability built in at the high school level, and we're actually starting to see campaigns that have been implemented roll over to the next semester. So there is an element of sustainability and continuity, which is, we need it.
We worry about what a child will become tomorrow, yet we forget that they are someone today. Stacia Trouser. As students, we recognize the importance of creating a sense of community from a young age. On February 14th, 2018, our small town of Parkland, Florida.
Sorry, guys. While Sean attempts to get it going, which it doesn't look as though, are there any questions from the audience that we could field before we have the judges come back and we go through our rankings? Questions, comments? Can you imagine how difficult it is to be a judge right now? You know, while we're just taking advantage of this quiet moment, I'd like to ask either who's in the audience, Megan, Eva, or Anne, or Rick, as a faculty member, as an advisor. I think you'd all be interested to get your perspective. If you have a couple of comments to compare to the group, I think you'll find it very, very informative. Just please, open dialogue. Any comments, please?
You know, I'm gonna talk. But it's really difficult to get kids to do this kind of stuff. I don't know anyone else here, you know, I've had kids and they have all these great ideas and then they sort of disappear, or they're busy, or they say they're gonna do things, but then they don't. So I don't know what it is, that special magic where you just get a few kids that step up and actually do it, and then they sort of lean on each other to do it. That happened in this case. I don't even know how it happened. I chased them to the physics class. They had vision, and that made it easier. Another thing that I thought We have after school clubs, and so there's like Mondays and Wednesdays, kids can meet after school, and our athletes can never be in clubs and such. So we really leaned on our Zoom. We met Sunday nights a lot. They met in the evenings, they met on the weekends. We had a week off, we still met virtually. So that was something that I had an experience for, to have a club that really didn't meet in person. So they did a lot of on Zoom, and it's just a natural, I don't know how you put this in a bottle, but I don't know how you guys did, but we have such a great team. I don't even know how it happened.
Great comments. Right on.
I wanted to add that same thought, we have an idea and you kind of start plugging in, and then my kids who are so amazing, they just kept filling in the slots, and then it kind of progressed. But it's these kids, it's not just my kids, but all these kids here. There's gonna be no losers here. You guys are all winners, all of us are winners. As adults, as parents, as teachers, as faculty, we're all winners, because this is what we're doing. We are actually making change. I know as a teacher, I always talk to my kids about making change in the world, and I know these kids are all doing that. And I'm just proud to be a part of it, and I appreciate it. We appreciate everything you guys have done.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Megan?
Yeah, so this is gonna echo what Dave said. This was really new for us. So we are a legislative youth council. Our goal is usually working on state legislation. So to be part of a project like this was really new and exciting, and kind of what Ann said, we don't meet a lot in person. We only meet every other month, so that was a challenge. We really leaned on Zoom to make this work, but also just this whole project, I think in general, has been great professional experience for them. I mean, it was like what you do in a real job. I mean, they were with a client, they were collaborating as a team on the idea, and it kind of just snowballed into something that was amazing. So thank you to Tony and that whole team.
Well, one of the interesting components of the project is the students get $1,000 budget. And talk about an element that changes the dynamics of learning. I mean, nobody gave me money in high school or college. So when these students have to learn about budget management, receipt collection, submission, defending purchases, it's easy to spend $1,000, but they have to be very, very concerned about where that goes, and it ultimately goes to create the campaign you just saw. But that is a very unusual element in education, to have money to spend to bring your ideas to life. Nick, I'm going to pick on you for half a moment because it's a little bit of a story. Could you just stand up real quick? Nick Rasmussen was the former director of the National Counterterrorism Center. In 2014, he brought to life the original peer-to-peer challenging extremism program, which was funded by the Department of Homeland Security, Nick's agency, the NCTC, and the State Department. So Nick, look what you created. Look what you gave life. Thank you.
When you guys talk to the student groups about scalability, it means that we all want this program to grow. And clearly what you're seeing now is it is growing. The expansion of high schools, the ever increasing numbers of universities where you're doing this work company. And just, I know there's also international dimensions that is also starting to take shape. And that's where the change and the really important magic stuff happens, is when you scale. And
right
beyond the single committee and spread all over. So that was exciting to see each year. The project grows, that means the quality grows as well.
As you've seen, correct. You bet.
When there's been a much smaller pool of students to work with.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you for your vision way back when. Thank you. Hey, the judges are back. I would know. Let's see. I'd like to introduce Hal first. To join me on the stage. Hal is the Associate Director of Strategic Engagement for CB3 Department of Homeland Security. She's going to provide some comments. She is also going to announce the winners in reverse order. We will then take pictures with all the teams while we have them assembled. And then we have lunch. And again, I would like to ask cater lunch to have everybody back in their seats at 12:50. Okay, so Hal, please.
I don't have anything that tells me
the winners yet? So.
Wait,
I mean.
well, let's see.
Michael and I.
Jordan? I don't even know yet. Where is Jordan? Got it. Okay, so we have plaques. That's when we'll know.
Oh, damn, it's fine. I have a theater degree. That's not a joke. I actually have one. It's kind of a joke. So I'm the Associate Director for Strategic Engagement in CP3, and this is probably not even arguably the best part of the work that I get to do. Seeing young people think about these issues in such an optimistic, pragmatic, and hopeful way is really something that is very affirming for the work that we're doing.
A little bit of streaming video. That's what we're doing. Streaming is very tight windows. A little bit more. Good, we're good.
Okay, okay. I was trying to avoid being on video, but that's fine. It's something that we do that it really affirms the work that we do. It reinvigorates the work that we do. I think I don't have to tell the people in this audience, both the students and the adults, how demoralizing and hard dealing with targeted violence and terrorism can be. And so when we are in a room of young people who are willing to take up the mantle and in the midst of their busy lives, where there's so many competing priorities, take up this issue and try to help us move the ball forward. It is both a testament to their character and to their future, I think, their future success, and also just incredibly encouraging to the work that we're doing. And so I want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for being here. Thank you to the parents and the teachers and the support networks. Because without any of you, none of this would be possible. So, and thank you to our judges. You guys have all taken time out of your busy days to be here. And thank you, of course, to Adventure and the McCain Institute and everyone who, and Lewis, who is on my team and has helped us pull this program together. Thank you to everybody who has made this a success, because that is what it is. And now I have plaques. Okay.
Okay, so here is third place, and we would like to have all three teams close by because we're going to have you up on the stage. So if you're in the back, please come forward. Okay.
All right, so in third place, we have Burlington Township High School in New Jersey.
And they are winning $1,000. So line up so we can get a great team photo. Nice and tight. Yes, yes.
Oh, no, it's look everywhere.
Okay, great job. Okay. In second place for $3,000.
And second place goes to Pompano Beach High School. Everybody.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
Great, thanks, Zach. Great going, team. So I think we know who is first place.
First place goes to Louisiana Legislative Youth Advisory Council in Louisiana. Congratulations.
Megan. And we'll do photos again after the university with Anne and Mary. Got it, good. Good job. So, thank you, audience, thank you, students, thank you, DHS, everybody who's been a part of this, we really appreciate it, wonderful. And now we have a catered lunch. We will be back at 12:50 with Dr. Rachel Nielsen. We'll be moderating, and then we have a reception after the awards for the universities. And please, if you can join us, the students would love to talk to you. Thank you. And to moderate that session is Dr. Rachel Nielsen, who's Director of Preventing Targeted Violence Programs at the McCain Institute. Rachel.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I just wanted to start out by saying thank you on behalf of the McCain Institute for helping to bring this together. Thank you to Crisis Management and Adventure Partners, but especially all of these powerful teams and the people that help support getting these ideas together. I have to say, in looking at a lot of innovative projects around the country that professionals are putting together, yours are just as innovative, if not more, and really are giving us hope and guidance about how to really help your generation and do right by you, because we didn't have these challenges growing up. And understanding the use of social media, how to talk to people who have survived these things, talking with folks online and getting them to real life interventions. All of these things are fascinating new areas, especially for Homeland Security, because the threat in our country really has changed, and you all are really doing something about it. So thank you. I'm going to next introduce our college rounds of presentations. So thank you to the high schools and thank you for coming back. We want to keep you in the room and cross-pollinate ideas with our colleges as well. Just to level set a little bit, we have 3 teams that will be coming up. Each one will get 15 minutes to present, a little bit longer, and then we'll have a similar Q&A of 10 minutes from your judges, who I will let you get to know here shortly. So for our collegiate panel, I'd like to first introduce Kevin Peters. Kevin Peters is the Associate Director for Policy and Research with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Kevin, if you don't mind giving us a wave to everyone back there. Also, Dr. Nadine Frederick, who is a social science analyst with the S&T Directorate, also Homeland Security. Thank you. And just so you all know, the Science and Technology Director, she is running basically the science and technology piece that's really ramping up the research and evidence-based expectations around Homeland Security projects. So the fact that you're in this room says a lot about the strength of your proposals. Also, Humaira Khan, President and co-founder of Muflahan. Thank you. Josh Blumenfeld, who is the Manager of Government Affairs and Public Policy with YouTube. Thanks so much for being here. Again, our important space online. And finally, Laura Kralicki, who is a past ITP participant with American University. So she actually was on the team that placed first in the spring 2022 competition. So welcome back and thank you for your input. So our next order of business is our first team ready. I don't want to rush them. We are okay. I have a peek behind the proverbial curtain here. Okay. So to get us started, I'd like to introduce Duke University from Durham, North Carolina. Oh, we're doing Texas Tech. See, this is even with me first. I'm so sorry, sir. Texas Tech from Lubbock. Their project was Adapt, Inform, Mobilize, and Secure, with 26 students involved. I will let them say more about their project because it is quite involved. But yeah, let's invite the members of the team. Come on out.
21 killed at Uvalde Elementary in Texas's deadliest school shooting ever.
The FBI is investigating a Texas hostage standoff situation as a terrorism-related incident, the agency says.
Driver plows into Waukesha Christmas parade, leaving 5 dead, more than 40 injured.
3 killed, thousands injured in the Boston Marathon bombing.
United States attack. Jets crash into the Twin Towers and the Pentagon in United States Day of Terror. Virginia Tech, Sandy Hook, Robb Elementary, Parkland, Santa Fe.
Oklahoma City bombing, Times Square bomber, Boston Marathon, 9/11.
Acts of terrorism and targeted violence incidents are a part of our past and will be a part of our future.
Though we can't prevent these from happening, we can do it better through communication.
And with the Ames Digital Toolkit, we can help teach people how to do just that. DHS research shows that incorrect and outdated information is a major threat to national security and crisis response. But with social media, you can reach 4.7 billion people worldwide to get your message across.
So that's why we've created the Ames Digital Toolkit to help social media managers counter information problems, enhance citizen engagement during a crisis.
My name is Zachary Locke. This is Jackie Lacey, Sabrina Wicker, Maggie Gillespie, and Rosalind Ruiz, and we are the Texas Tech Ames team. We've developed and created the Social Media Managers Prevention Response and Crisis Toolkit as a means to educate and inform social media managers and relevant government professionals as a way to aid in the communication process following crisis situations. We've developed the toolkit to include educational materials, planning questions, and tips and tricks for how to deal with crisis situations and the communications afterwards. It's our mission at Ames to protect, facilitate, and educate social media managers. And to do that, we've created the toolkit. As Rosie mentioned earlier, the DHS research shows that incorrect, insufficient, opportunistic, or outdated information pose a major threat to national security in times of crisis and in the response to things such as coordinated terrorist attacks, targeted violence incidents, and natural disasters.
So when we first started talking about how we wanted to prevent targeted violence and terrorism, we wanted to aim directly at the source. And for us, that was government and other professional social media managers. As you can see up here, our audience varies in age from 21 to 65 years of age. They work in U.S. territories and abroad in entry-level communication jobs on the federal, state, and local levels. It's interesting that they also have a few common habits and behaviors, including a heavy usage of social media, both at home in their private life and at work. It was important to us that our target audience was in the know when it came to technology and social media trends, and that they are. Additionally, they are involved in the community and professional associations outside of work. So, our target audience is committed and devoted to U.S. agency missions at home and abroad. To put it simply, they have the tools and the background necessary to take our information and implement it effectively.
When starting the research aspect of our project, we wanted to look at what the Department of Homeland Security already had and help ourselves learn the ins and outs of that. That being said, the 5 of us that you see up here before you are certified by FEMA through their emergency social media management response. We wanted to know the ins and outs so we could best inform people about how they need to react during crisis. The second thing we wanted to look at in the research was readings already published by the Department of Homeland Security. Since 2010, they have published 8 different documents, and through those 8 different documents, we were able to take a full analysis to help better work our ebook to help fit the narrative that the Department of Homeland Security has already stated.
So, as Jackie mentioned, it was important to us that we knew what the social media managers needed to be successful to communicate during a crisis situation. One of the pieces of data that we found super important was that DSA said, terrorism is any unlawful act that could be destructive to government infrastructure or communication processes. With that being said, government agencies, even more so today and in the future, are moving towards social media to communicate during these times of crises and needs.
That is why we created our toolkit, because we can stay up with the trends and help these social media managers know how to go about using social media channels properly.
When starting to develop our strategy, we came across 3 different key points that we really wanted to touch on in our ebook. First being education, because as a society, we continue to grow and educate ourselves and others. As social media managers, we wanted to educate ourselves and other social media managers about the current growing trends and about how to react to different terroristic organizations and attacks. The second one is accessibility. We did not want this ebook to be up on a shelf somewhere only higher powers can see it. We want it to be an open educational source that way even smaller social media managers at smaller social media firms know how to react to different circumstances, even if it's not as high up as a terrorist organization, it's still a crisis for them. The third one is credibility. Like we said earlier, all 5 of us are certified in FEMA response. That is a free educational source open to the public. So we wanted to push that to the public so they can also be well versed in the ins and outs of social media and how to best manage it.
So as we focus on educating our social media managers, we also need to consider the different learning ways you can learn. So we took that into consideration when creating the content for our ebook. 26 of us, 5 here, created 39 pages of an ebook from our class, from corporate social media. We took this class, it was all built around this project. All of our content, all of our assignments were created in order to empower our ebook and from different perspectives. So in our ebook, we offer different tools. So we offer templates to make social media posts. Social media emergency managers can reference these in the middle of a crisis. There are pros and cons of different social media posts also listed. There are educational components such as key terms and definitions, and there are also different ways you can use the social media to help citizens during a crisis. We also have infographics, and this is an example from page 37, and it shows you the different social medias that you can use, as well as their uses for blogging, publishing, media sharing, and so on and so forth. This is another example that was in our ebook, page 11. It's an activity that you can do between your coworkers, other social media managers, to hold them accountable. A big thing for us is that social media managers aren't doing this alone, they're with the team, so you have to empower them for them to be able to work in a crisis. We also made games. So in this game, featured on page 20 and 21, it gives you an example of a crisis and how to address it. With that in mind, you can go, it asks you like, what would you do in this situation? And it gives you an option and you get to decide whether it's true or false. And it helps measure the retention of the social media managers and the knowledge that we provide for them. We also have videos that you can scan via QR code. This QR code actually features a video that I made for the class, and it talks about the top 5 steps and things that you should do during a crisis event. We're actually going to show you a video example that was made by Sabrina for the class, but due to technical issues from earlier, we're unable to show you an example. It focused on why social media is a vital key component in communicating with citizens during a crisis event. Videos, short form, long form, are easily digestible, easy to replicate, and touch base on 2 different learning ways to learn, visual and auditory.
So like Rosie said, the entire basis behind this toolkit was to track real-world situations where miscommunication has been very rough. One thing that we wanted to tackle was the Sutherland Springs shooting that happened back in Texas in 2017. The reason why it's up here is because 5 years later, we are still hearing about it due to miscommunication that happened the day of and a few weeks afterwards. Our toolkit is designed to help mitigate this miscommunication. So with that being said, ways that we can help mitigate the miscommunication is like seen on page 35, which is a push notification post that helps social media managers through step by step what they need to post to help people be more aware. The first being, what does the public need to know? The date, the time, and geographical location of where this is taking place to help keep other citizens outside of that location to keep people safe. The next being, what information do you have for citizens or victims? So any physical characteristics of the perpetrator, what is going on, that way they are well informed and know why the police, anyone responds to the situation, know why they're there. The next being any hashtags, that way, because hashtags are one of the fastest way people can look up information, that way they know what's going on. So having the hashtag readily available so they can look it up very quickly.
And then the final one being, do you have information that the public needs to know, and do you have a hotline set up that they can give you information and ask questions if they have any questions?
The most important aspect of our toolkit is to make sure social media managers are prepared. This is used to mitigate social media communication in times of crisis. We examined and tested, and the success rate. How we measured success is because we surveyed 36 different managers in an 18-point survey, and we were real happy with the results. The people we surveyed were on a local, national, and international level. We interviewed people from I knew I was going to have a hard time with that. Saskatchewan, Canada, and Mineral Falls, Texas. And these people are communication managers, they're educational experts, and social media advisors. The success rate was great. We got some real positive feedback. 86% said this was useful information. 89% said it was relevant, and 83% said they would use the toolkit. Some of the quotes we got back from the participants were, it's a good toolkit for somebody that's starting out in communications or social media. It's got great advice, and it's got great resources, and it gives you key terms and action items. One of the participants actually said that she was going to print it off and keep it on her desk as a toolkit.
With that in mind, scalability, our product is versatile in the sense that it can live in the digital world as well as the physical world. It's an ebook, it's a resource, it's a material that you can use. We would love to work with FEMA, American Red Cross, NAGC to give them this toolkit to empower their social media managers and crisis response. It would be honestly an honor, especially with all the work that we put in with this. Sustainability wise, as we have mentioned multiple times, this is an open educational resource, meaning that this is accessible to anyone with a link, truly. And we would love to turn this into a website or a program, preferably for me a program. I learned how to drive via online courses, and I have referenced it in my life of driving in Texas because you need to. With that in mind, we want to have this program uplift our social media managers in the beginning so they are prepared to deal with a crisis that can happen at any time, and as they continue on in their career they can have access to it and we can continue to update it over time.
7 killed in separate Half Moon Bay shootings, officials say. Suspected gunman has been arrested.
Sheriff seeking answers to what drove a mountain gun to shoot a dance hall.
These will continue to threaten our society. Let's prepare now. We use the toolkit and we'll help mitigate some of these circumstances, and maybe we'll get more headlines like this. Mass shooting thwarted in Virginia City, capital.
Here at Ames, we were tasked to create an initiative to combat targeted violence incidents and terroristic threats. To do that, we've created this toolkit. We believe that the government was founded for the people, by the people. So for the people, we've created an interactive ebook to help mitigate misinformation in communication efforts. We are Ames.
Adapt, inform, mobilize, secure.
Thank you so much. So we will now give the judges 10 minutes only of Q&A for this fabulous team. So who would like to get us started? Do we have any burning questions? Yes, sir.
Well, first off, thanks for the great presentation and explaining the work that you've done. I think maybe you could help me understand a little more about how you developed the ebook itself. How do you go through to determine what kinds of information you would include, and how do you kind of go through? Was there any kind of beginning analysis of other toolkits that you felt maybe you could fill a gap that was not existent? Can you maybe help me understand how you developed your tool? Thanks.
Yeah, so when we first began doing some research and deciding what direction we wanted to take our project in, we decided we wanted to take something we were good at, which is communications. We come from PR backgrounds, journalism backgrounds, communication studies backgrounds. So we knew we had the communication part down. We wanted to take something we were good at, do some research on crisis communication, which we did through getting the FEMA certification, meld those two together to create a product that we were proud of. So doing the research, we decided a toolkit would be best because it can be sent out across multiple platforms. The main part of our research was with the social media managers, as Sabrina mentioned earlier. We wanted to know what they needed in the workplace, what was lacking from their workplace that could help them in times of crisis situations, especially when time is of the essence. So that is probably the main part of research we did. And then also doing the readings through the Department of Homeland Security was super helpful because they actually go through and talk about what's gone wrong in the past and how they could improve. So we took those tips from the readings that we gathered, put them together with the results of our survey, and then created the ebook from there.
Great, thank you.
Hi, that's a very interesting presentation, especially as a social media manager myself. I was wondering if you could speak a little more to the survey and specifically how you recruited the 36 social media managers.
They were done through their social media accounts, and there was also a meeting at the IABC a seminar. So they surveyed me through there also.
Thank you. Also, I agree. Great presentation, great idea. Really loved what you presented. My question was about thinking about the target audience. So you were very specific about social media managers, but it occurs to me that some people who are responsible for emergency response are not necessarily social media managers. This might be something they pick up as additional duties as assigned. So they might not have sort of, baseline skills in social media. So how does a toolkit address that audience?
So communication is found in any industry, anywhere, and so every industry is going to have someone that's at least a little bit versed in communication. And everyone has a little bit of a communication background, whether that's from public speaking in high school. So it's also a very easily digestible, very step-by-step on what to do. We didn't want this to be a very heavy-hitting, something that only social media managers would know. We wanted it to be a step-by-step guideline. That way even entry-level people or people who don't know really much about social media could use it well.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It's great to hear that. It's definitely a space which is not often looked at. So it's excellent job covering that. I did have a question about, in your needs analysis, you talked about incorrect information, insufficient, or just wrong information. Does your toolkit, and this is a two-part question, does your toolkit actually cover how to vet information? Because you have stuff on what they might put out, but reality is when there's a crisis, a lot of it is there's not enough and the information coming in is incorrect. But then the other part of that is, does your toolkit talk about how they're going to network with the actual emergency management team? Because that's their source of information, which is separate. It's not, they shouldn't be pulling it from media, right? So do you have a way for this toolkit or the social media managers to be embedded in that process?
When we interviewed and we got the information of what they needed from the surveys, they gave us a lot of feedback about what would be helpful, like creating the corporate presentation and creating more modules in the eKit. We plan on using a website to update it and keep it current. And there aren't, what am I trying to say? That we haven't actually thought about teaming with a company to get the information or a media company to get the information coming in, but that is a great idea. And we're going to steal it.
Excellent presentation, really crisp and precise and thoughtful and well rehearsed. So great job. I appreciated the driving joke as well. Two related questions. So one is about the misinformation, right? Bad information. There are lots of categories of bad information: date, time, what a suspect looks like, the immediate response. Can you drill in on, if you had to disaggregate, what is the core driver? What type of misinformation is the core driver that you're seeking? Is it about how to help social media managers put out accurate information? Is it that it's timely? What is it? You could drill down into the information that you were trying to change. Can you talk a little bit about the characteristics of that information?
I do think that you hit on it, where social media, we want social media managers to be the first one to the punch. A lot of the time you go on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all these places, you see trolls saying all these things, gossiping, and it covers all of the accurate information. And then it's like, okay, well, over here, so-and-so is saying this, and then they're saying this. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to believe. And that can lead those people into danger, especially if it's something active, whether that's weather, natural disaster, or a terroristic attack. And so when referring to how we want our social media managers to approach that, it's a great question. We want them to be able to beat to the punchline. That's why all of our content is built around that conceptual idea of, we want them prepared so they can be the first one to say something, and then everyone flocks to that information.
So just a follow-up question to that. So implicit in your response, which I think makes a lot of sense, is about what the narrative is, right? And how narratives spin out of control or are misinformed, and the speed of social media to set that narrative. So do you think that this will be able to influence what traditional media narratives are? So there's an incident and people flock to social media, and then they turn on the TV and they're watching your local news, your national news, your international news, which is sometimes slower in social media. So have you thought about how this would impact, let's call more traditional media narratives?
So for this initiative, we wanted to give power to all social media managers and people like in crisis response situations. So we try to make it as accessible to everybody and as applicable as possible. But with the toolkit, we're hoping that it instills like a sense of authority in certain figures like local or national or international. So that way they go to a source that has been verified. Yeah.
Got about a minute and a half. Any final questions?
Cost. There is a place that how will you actually, well, how is it going to be financially? How do you sustain it? Because if you're making it available open source, and you don't have partners yet, who's going to pay for it? Or if someone downloads it, then what?
Right, so our goal moving forward, and I think Sabrina and Jackie touched on this just a little bit in the presentation. Our goal is to, and we have the plan, the steps in place to do this, is to create a website where, yes, our open educational resource, the toolkit, is available. But in moving forward, we really want to focus on building modules, and as Sabrina said earlier, corporate presentations, so people can hire us out to come and help train their social media managers and their teams. So the toolkit, an amazing product, and we want it to be free and widely available so that, like we said, we can start targeting misinformation right away, but we want to build off of that.
Right. Well, that is all the time we have for this group. So please give a big round of applause. Thank you very much for your project. So that concludes the presentation for Ames. Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much. All right. Okay, so next up, we have our second team. The University of South Carolina out of Columbia will be sharing about their No Name, No Fame project, which seeks to not
continue to put forward the names of perpetrators and shooters, also media projects. So let's welcome our next group. If they're ready, let's see about the curtain. Are y'all ready, South Carolina? We'll give technology a minute to catch up to us. So thank you so much again for excellent questions, judges. It seems very relevant for your spirit of work as well. A little joke, if we have more than 30 seconds, I'm not sure. So waiting on the next. Well, while I do have a little bit of time to kill, I do just want to reiterate the importance of youth projects. One of the things that we've noticed trending out of Homeland Security and information and FBI is that many of the perpetrators of our larger attacks have been getting younger over the years, and many of the attacks that were perpetrated last year were committed by 18 and 19-year-olds. And so I just want to remind people about how vital it is that we do get youth perspectives on how to help you avoid this pathway to violence. And I also want to reiterate that many of these projects get at more social outcomes than just targeted violence. So what we're finding works for off-branding people so that they don't end up concluding that violence is the answer. A lot of those things are really basic human needs. And our high schools, our kids and our teachers and our parents really have more influence than we realized in helping people find positive ways to identify and use their time, use their talents. And so I just want to thank you for really digging deep to figure out how you do that. So, thank you. Okay, so without further ado, I'd like to introduce our next team, University of South Carolina. If you'll come on out. No name, no fame. Thank you.
Another community is in disbelief, shocked by devastating violence. And the shooter, Salvador Ramos, Esther Hernandez, Demetrius Pagorchis,
Stephen Paddock, Jonathan Supierman, Dylan Storm Roots.
Wouldn't you rather know the victims' names?
I'm Gracie.
I'm Nora. I'm Mafe.
I'm Elise.
I'm Ariel, and we are No Name, No Name.
The Gun Violence Archive defines a mass shooting as an incident where 4 or more victims are shot. 39. That's how many mass shootings there have been in just this month within the United States.
678. That's the number of mass shootings that happened in the United States in the year of 2022. 150. That's the number of school shootings that have occurred in the United States since 2018.
1,363 people. That's how many people have died in a mass shooting between the year 2009 and 2020.
75 million. Between 2013 and 2017, $75 million was the amount of money and free publicity received by 7 of America's most notorious mass killers within 2 years of their attacks. 5 of them were mass shooters.
No Name, No Fame calls on journalists and media organizations to change their standards and practices when reporting on mass shootings. The media should limit their naming, sharing images, and sharing identifying details of mass shooters whenever possible. Fame is something that many mass shooters desire. It's been proven that when media will focus highly on the perpetrators of attacks, there will be copycat attacks that follow. Instead, the media should redirect their attention towards the victims and those affected by mass shootings. By redirecting their attention, the media will be able to mitigate the effects that they have on potential copycat shootings. The objectives of No Name, No Fame were to inform the public about media contagion and copycat effects when reporting on mass shootings, to gain public and media support of the objective of No Name, No Fame, remembering victims, not shooters, and to collaborate with professionals at the University of South Carolina's School of Journalism and Mass Communications to create and refine guidelines that can be used when reporting on mass shootings. In order to achieve these objectives, we created guidelines to be used by the media when reporting on mass shootings, created a training program for the next generation of journalists, and we created a petition to create and garner public support of No Name, No Fame. We're planning the training program for early 2023 with Kim Walsh-Childers, a journalist, media ethicist, and professor at the University of Florida. With 130 followers across social media platforms and 927 signatures on our petition, it is clear that the mission of No Name, No Fame is supported. We chose to primarily target journalists in South Carolina between the ages of 30 and 45. More specifically, we wanted to reach journalists who have not yet shown evidence of following guidelines that limit the naming and identifying of mass shooters in their reporting. Our research found that journalists are motivated by curiosity and they seek to find newsworthy stories to inform their public. We also wanted to reach South Carolina residents between the ages of 18 and 25. These young adults are motivated by safety and security given the rise of mass shootings in our country. We found that the best way to reach this audience is through social media. Our audience personas represent these two key audiences that we really wanted to reach through No Name, No Fame. Timothy is a 32-year-old journalist who names the mass shooter in all of his reporting. He's extremely influential in the journalism community as an active member of various professional organizations. Caroline is just like us, and she's a 21-year-old college student that sees all of the violence going on in our country. We chose to keep these two audience personas in mind when we executed each and every tactic for No Name, No Fame. Our secondary research focuses primarily on the psyche of a mass shooter and the effects of naming them in the media. The American Psychological Association points out that since fame is something that many mass shooters desire, the perpetrators will use the media as a tool to gain fame and notoriety from their attacks. In a study published in Aggression and Violent Behavior, a review journal, it was found that 24 mass shooters openly admitted to wanting fame from their attacks, or they contacted the media directly to attain it.
A study by Sage Publication found significant evidence of phenomenons known as the media contagion and copycat shooting effects. A media contagion effect can be seen when a mass shooting receives so much media attention that it may lead to a future similar event called a copycat shooting. A copycat shooting is modeled after a previous shooting that was reported on in the media. An example of a copycat shooting effect can be seen in the aftermath of the Columbine High School shooting, when reports of bomb and gun threats in schools nationwide skyrocketed in the month following the high school mass shooting. In conclusion, there's significant evidence that the more media attention a mass shooter receives, the more likely it will lead to a future mass shooting. We know that journalists want to write what their audience demands, what gets the most engagement and makes for an impactful story. If there's a shift in the demands of a community of news consumers, then perhaps there can also be a change in journalistic practices. On this basis, we focused our strategy on encouraging the public to be agents of change and placing the power to make that change in the hands of journalists, emphasizing personal and institutional choice over any form of governmental or standard practice conscription.
The No Name, No Fame website was our central content hub, redirecting visitors to each of our other tactics. To promote our campaign, we created Google and social media ads, as well as placed digital banners in the School of Journalism and Mass Communication at USC. We use social media to inform the public of the media contagion and copycat shooter effects, stepping into organic online conversations about mass shootings with our unique journalistic stance. During 1 week of our campaign, unfortunately, there was a spike in mass shootings across the United States. During this time, our content gained exponential exposure and increased engagement. Our main goal was to inform the audience to be able to select news outlets that honor victims, not shooters, and to demand action from journalists, utilizing TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram.
To facilitate this, we created a change.org petition as a space for individuals to directly call on journalists, news outlets, press associations, and similar media organizations to change their standards and practices for how they report mass shootings. Our petition has garnered over 900 signatures covering all 7 of South Carolina's congressional districts, and a representative from the change.org organization has committed to amplifying our petition and pitching it to national correspondents in the event of a future shooting.
To further inspire a reflection of the public, we published an op-ed across 3 South Carolina newspapers titled, "At what point do we question the consequences of true crime media?" The piece compares the sensationalized account of murder in true crime media to the reporting methods of mass shootings, which shows a hyperfixation on the gun. It challenges the reader to rethink the way they consume content and how it shapes our views. Encouraging them to choose their true crime content with creators that amplify the stories of the victims and do not sensationalize the actions of the shooter.
On the journalistic front, we created media guidelines with feedback from journalism school professors and South Carolina journalists. Our guidelines for reporting in the event of a mass shooting serve as an aid on how to alternatively report on these tragedies while limiting the chances of giving fame and notoriety to the perpetrator. They encourage journalists to ask themselves to what extent their reporting practices have an effect on public safety, well-being, and audience comprehension when it comes to sharing identifying details of the perpetrator. Our guidelines cover the baselines to remember when reporting on mass shootings, general rules for reporting on the shooter, guidelines for when the suspect has not been apprehended, guidelines for law enforcement publicly names the perpetrator, and guidelines for discussing motive of the shooter, including mental health and race. To supplement these guidelines, we created a training program that speaks to journalists in their own language. It references common journalism standards and practices across the field, centering around the SPJ Code of Ethics, which asks journalists to report truth and minimize harm. Its format fits the standards used in journalism organizations' annual conferences and those of individual workshops to be taught by trained journalists and media ethicists. Our training aims to create an environment of learning and discussion where journalists can gain a deeper understanding of the implications of their actions when naming mass shooters. With questions scoping beyond, is this good or is this bad? The training prompts reflection from a personal and moral standpoint and empowers journalists to make a conscious effort to change their practices for the common good.
Our team used these 4 tactics to measure the effectiveness of our campaign. Our change.org petition helped us track the progress and public support that our campaign was garnering. In addition to reaching all 7 of South Carolina's congressional districts, this petition allowed us to expand our reach across several states and establish national support. We shared the media guidelines that we created with local journalists to determine how our guidelines could be used by professionals. After receiving their feedback, our team was able to modify our guidelines using their suggestions. Doing so ensured that our guidelines were practical and could be used by news outlets and media outlets across the country. Our promo video that we created shows No Name, No Fame's purpose and summarizes our campaign's mission. The video shows footage of reporters naming gunmen in the media and then explains how this can lead to copycat and media contagion effects. After sharing this video across all of our social media platforms throughout the course of our campaign, it had reached over 17,000 views. Additionally, tracking our social media engagement helped us determine how our target audience was receiving No Name, No Fame's online presence. We found some social media platforms to be more successful than others and eventually adjusted our strategies accordingly to maximize social media engagement. Here are some more details regarding our social media engagement. With our Twitter reaching 1,500 impressions with an engagement rate of 4.7%, our change.org petition, which had 59,000 views and 927 signatures, in support of No Name, No Fame's cause. Our Instagram garnered 68,000 impressions with 135 change.org clicks from our bio in our Instagram account. And then finally, our op-ed, which was published in 3 newspapers across South Carolina, including South Carolina's second largest newspaper, The State, which has a daily readership of 268,374 people.
In the coming months, we plan to hold the first official training program with one of our partners, Camp Walsh Scholars. This will be the University of South Carolina and the University of Florida's introduction to the new future of mass shooting coverage. We also plan to pitch the training program to other journalism organizations, such as the SC Press Association, the AESJMC, and the Online News Association. Hopefully, these organizations will include No Name, No Fame into future conferences and events. We also plan to create a fact sheet that will be provided to journalists as a reminder of the drastic effects of the copycat and media contagion effects. Another op-ed will also be released to reiterate the importance of our initiative. This initiative can be expanded to fit the standards of media outlets across the nation. To ensure accessibility, the training program and guidelines can be shared and valued with the audiences of these media outlets. Our petition, website, social media, and our video can also be adopted. In the future, No Name, No Fame will need the participation of more accredited journalists to promote our training programs. We will also continue to collaborate with the School of Journalism and Mass Communications at the University of South Carolina. They helped us develop our guidelines and positioning. The help from the professors and students at the SJMC helps further improve our initiative. The SJMC at the University of South Carolina is extremely influential in South Carolina media and will help us pursue other organizations throughout the state. We are working towards a future where that prevents the spread of the names of mass shooters. We believe that the perception of mass shootings lies in the hands of journalists. Let's help slow the spread of mass shootings in America. So let's remember them and not their fear.
Thank you to everyone who made No Name, No Fame possible. Here's a QR code to our petition if you'd like to check it out and sign. Thank you.
All right, thank you, University of South Carolina, for this impressive project. Again, judges, we have only 10 minutes to get your burning questions in, so where shall we begin?
I have the mics. Wonderful presentation, thank you, and obviously a simple concept, but also very powerful and meaningful. So I really appreciate this project. One question I had at the end really emphasized it, is to show the pictures of the victims. I understand not emphasizing the names of the perpetrators, but how does your training program really encourage journalists to focus on the victims rather than the perpetrators?
Yes, so our training program really tries to speak to journalists from a personal standpoint. We ask a lot of questions, scoping from if your family was affected, would you want to name the shooter? If there's a way that you could stop the spread of mass shootings simply by doing this, would you? And so we really, through all of our programming, through our training, we really try to redirect the attention to the victims, to their lives, sharing these stories instead of, it's important to talk about the behavior of the shooters as prevention, to be aware of, those behaviors. But again, we try to really redirect the attention to the victims.
Thank you for the presentation. Did you also look at, for example, the suicide reporting guidelines? Because all or many of the major news outlets have very specific guidelines, and that's why they don't report on the method of suicide, because it increases copycats. It's exactly the same process, but it's a known process. So did you look at other guidelines, similar ones, to bring into your guidelines? But the other part is, have you talked to any of the larger media outlets? If the newspaper says you cannot do this, they won't. Rather than putting it on the journalists, put it on the outlet itself, because AP has guidelines, all the large reporters have guidelines.
We have not looked at the suicide reporting methods, but we did look at the sexual assault reporting guidelines. And they include that if the victim does not want their aggressor name, then they will not name them in reporting. So that's one thing that we looked at. We will also look into the suicide reporting guidelines. And can you repeat your other half of the question?
Did you actually talk to the newspapers or the actual publishing platform, like the publishing platforms? Because once they set the guidelines, all journalists have to meet that.
The publisher rather than a single reporter.
Go to the newspaper rather than to the journalists.
No, we didn't talk to the actual publisher, but we did talk to a lot of journalists who have reports. Like one of the organizations that published the op-ed say, we talked to journalists from there, and we did experience pushback because they are, very used to the standard guidelines that they've been taught for many years. But we could look into publishing as our next step.
Very important topic. Thank you for your presentation. I'm wondering, were your journalistic guidelines shared with any journalists outside of South Carolina? And in sustainment, how do you plan to share these guidelines more widely?
The most notable person that we shared our guidelines with that we're going to continue working with is Kim Walsh-Childers, who I mentioned at the beginning, the journalist, media ethicist, and professor at the University of Florida. And since we have now reached out to a lot of people in South Carolina, like we mentioned, we can expand that nationally. These guidelines are applicable not just to the state of South Carolina, but to news organizations across the country. And so we plan on being able to move forward from there. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. A super presentation, really clear and compelling. When you say journalists, have you thought about sort of tiers of which journalists are most impactful? Are we talking about national correspondents? Are we talking about newspapers? Are we talking about traditional media? Are we talking about social media journalists? How do you think about the world of journalists that you are targeting? And who are the most important?
Okay, so when we were kind of picking the journalists that we were going to send our guidelines to and get their input, we are looking at journalists that are a part of newspaper organizations such as the South Carolina Press Association. We want journalists that are involved in their communities in journalism and are highly respected so that they can then go and talk to their colleagues, talk to their peers about what we're doing here, and so that it can spread, hopefully, and it becomes the new norm. Because, if you have a handful of journalists that are doing this, hopefully we hope that everyone would get on board. So.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation and highlighting such an important issue and painful aspect of this problem set. Your project is an interesting mixture of advocacy as well as trying to find something concrete to change. I'm kind of curious with your sense after going through this, what were the challenges of trying to do both advocate for a perception change, but also making a concrete recommendation? How did it work and kind of what did you learn from that process?
Yeah, so I think that we definitely learned a lot from the process. We really tried to make this a concrete idea where we were able to publish op-eds. We are able to do things in our community and around Columbia that were real changes that were being made. And I think that's kind of what really set us apart and allowed us to spread our message so widely. And it was a national campaign for that reason. And I think that really just allowed us to grow and expand our campaign across all of the different states that we reached with our Change.org petition.
I think I would circle back to the question about tiers of journalism, because the other thing with the advent of social media is everybody can be sort of an armchair journalist, and it can be associated with any fringe outlet and call themselves a journalist. So it strikes me that that's also a potential target audience in the no name, no fame campaign. And I wonder if you can sort of project to the future of how you might reach these other journalistic outlets who may not be connected to an established publication or established traditional media outlet, like non-traditional media.
Yeah, so that's a great question. And we found on Twitter actually that, there's a lot of journalists out there on social media and on Twitter, but they're talking about important things. And that just because they're not, with the New York Post doesn't mean we shouldn't listen to them.
And so I think that we really took that opportunity already and we stepped into those conversations on Twitter. We replied with our video. We asked them thought-provoking questions, even if they're not on Good Morning America, we still were interacting with journalists from all over, no matter what tier of journalism that they were in.
Other questions? We have a few minutes left.
You guys or gals hit many times on the personalization of this, right? So to try to appeal to journalists as individuals, the human factor, which is really interesting given how human the stories of victims are themselves, right? So there's a real through line there. I wonder how effective you found the sort of name and shame approach. Is that in your interactions with people, by making it personal, was that really what clicked for them? And if not, what would the second approach be, right? If a journalist is super defensive about it or denies that that's, that has nothing to do with their morality, what would the plan B be?
So when it came to addressing that, we started with showing them our guidelines and really just explaining what we just explained to you all. And when we were getting that pushback, when it was not something that they saw that was feasible when naming the 5 W's in journalism, we went to the tactic of kind of telling them, even if you can't measure exactly how effective this is, because how will you know if you stopped a mass shooting? We don't. But through these efforts, if you know that you're able to stop one person from getting hurt or one person from getting killed, then that should be enough. As America, we've all been trying to solve this huge issue of mass shootings and trying to tackle that. And if this is a possible way that we're able to, then we go on that approach. And usually it gets people to come around and understand what we're going for.
I'm going to pop on with just one question, if I may, which is, what do you think really was getting the buy-in for people that did listen, showed interest, and you felt like you made that connection with them? What do you think sold it?
I think for a lot of people, there was simply not awareness about the effects of naming mass shooters. And so I think a lot of it was just facts, putting information in front of people, saying this is a media contagion effect, these are the copycat effects, and these are things that happened in real time and that could potentially happen again. And I think having those side by side with remembrance of the victims in our social media, for example, on Instagram, where we got most of our engagement, doing that in the time that there was at one point in our campaign where there were 7 mass shootings in 7 days, and we really saw a lot of people engaging with our content then. And again, we had that mixture of presenting the facts and also remembering the victims.
Okay, any final questions from our judges? All right, thank you so much. University of South Carolina. Right. So we will let them find a spot. And while we're getting, am I on here? I don't know. I think we might have shut it off. Thank you. So yes, thank you to the University of South Carolina. I'm assuming we're going to have a little bit of a nice switch again. So I'll just again make a comment. Being from the state of Colorado and doing a lot of my PPD work in that state, this issue around media descriptions and media power online and in the news is really relevant, and we certainly have seen that in Colorado. And frankly, behind the scenes, we found that at this point there are certain go-to reporters that are used when there is some sort of terrible incident, who are known to not use the names. You'll find that law enforcement they vehemently will not use a shooter's name. And I hope that that transfers to other states, because we do have something called the Columbine contagion
that was essentially talked about, right? That happens everywhere else as well. So, yeah, very thoughtful discussions, and thank you to the University of South Carolina. Our third team is going to be from Duke University, so we'll give them a minute to get ready here. And then we'll introduce our third team. Okay, so Duke University, come on stage. You'll give them a round of applause. Welcome. They are representing their project today, Uni Media Consulting. So I will let you take it away.
On March 27, 2019, Congress noted that the greatest domestic terrorism threat facing the United States was white supremacist and far right-winged extremists. What we took from this was that we needed to work with anti-hate organizations to help them reach at-risk audiences to get their sources and media out.
Lumi Media Consulting offers services for advising and advertising for organizations that are working to counter white supremacy in online spaces. We've observed that these organizations offer helpful resources to dissuade populations from adopting white supremacist ideologies, yet they struggle to effectively use social media to reach their target audiences. That's where Lumi can help.
Lumi Media Consulting works with individuals and partners that are working to combat white supremacy. We partner with these organizations, revamp their content, and broadcast it out across social media platforms. We work collaboratively with our partners, meeting with them individually and identifying their limitations and their need for improvement. We then tailor their content, identify their target audience, and launch it out over social media platforms.
I'm Eric Martinez.
I'm Josie Barney.
Hi, I'm Jillian Jacobs.
I'm Quaid Sutherland.
I'm Athena Wemmer, and together we made Lumi Media Consulting.
So when choosing a topic for this project, we wanted it to matter and we wanted something that would make an actual difference. And so we researched several topics, but we came across some starting statistics. So for example, according to a 2020 brief, 67% of all domestic terror attacks were committed in the US were committed by white nationalists, white supremacists, or similar groups. Another report by the Department of Homeland Security concluded that white supremacy is the biggest driver behind domestic terror.
And so understanding these statistics and the threat to national security that they posed, we wanted to understand how people were getting radicalized into these groups. And so through some more research, we discovered that social media platforms like Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube there were multiple pieces of content being posted there that were radicalizing young men, especially, towards these groups. And we decided that there was a way for us to help out and intervene in that process before they were radicalized.
Another initial step we took was meeting with anti-hate organizations to understand what was the problem. Why were these resources and guides not meeting the at-risk audiences? One thing we found was social media usage. They didn't understand how to navigate social media. So we thought our main point was to come in and teach them how to get their audience unified in their media.
Lumi partners with organizations that are working to counter extremism in online spaces. Different organizations will have different target audiences in order to reach this goal. Our current partners, Beyond Barriers and Life After Hate, both have the same target audience of at-risk populations, specifically young white males aged 18 to 24, who often use the internet or social media as a way to cope with feelings of isolation. In the future, as Lumi branches out and partners with more organizations, we will be able to adapt our advertising techniques in order to reach different target audiences.
Prior to launching Lumi, we identified the need for a service to revamp content that was already out there from these organizations and then put it in front of the correct target audience. So we pitched this idea to Life After Hate and Beyond Barriers, and they agreed to partner with us, provide us with their content that we could then edit and then promote via social media.
So just to tell you a little bit about our process. So we've told you how we meet these organizations. After that, we sit down with them, we talk to them about their target audience, their demographics, and what type of media they would like to put out. After we decide on this, we develop 2 pieces of media of their choosing and then report it back to them for approval. After this, we launch A/B testing with a minimal budget to determine which piece of media is more successful. After determining which is more successful, we further refine that graphic and then set it up for final approval with our partners. We then meet with them that final time and then send it out for our final promotion, in which we use our full advertising budget. After that, we collect our data and meet back with our partners for a final review, and we get feedback from them so we can improve our processes in the future. So, for example, Life After Hate sent us a promotional video. We know Life After Hate and the professional services that they offer. However, the video that they sent us was subpar for their standards. We know that they're a great organization, but someone watching this promotional content may not understand the full magnitude of what they're capable of. So in this video, there was unclear audio, there was low quality video, and there were distracting and unrelated images. So in this bottom picture here, you can see this man. He's telling a very compelling story about how he entered a white supremacist group and the pain and suffering that it inflicted on him, his life, and his family. He ended up leaving that group and was sharing important information of how he did so with the audience in the video. However, the background is extremely distracting. The audio quality also diminished his impact in this speech. Additionally, you can see in the top corner, there's an image of a sledgehammer smashing a bottle, which is fairly irrelevant to white supremacy and was also included in the video.
Because the existing Life After Hate media was recorded over Zoom, there were issues with audio and video quality, so we had to take that into consideration. We also sanitized the video so that it would not be taken down by social media websites due to content violations. We made the media more relatable to the target demographic. So for example, we replaced the image of a homeless woman with the image of a young male sitting alone at a school, showing that feeling of isolation. And finally, we gave it a more compelling title.
Another one of our partners, Beyond Barriers, allowed us to take a crack at their podcast graphics. If you see the original, it's kind of a bright, more just colorful kind of background going on. You have different fonts going. Headphones, we're kind of using AirPods now. And so you notice on the edited version, we go for a more minimalistic style. The younger audience, we're kind of shifting towards a minimalistic style, and we wanted to make sure you can easily access the podcast. So you can find it on YouTube, you can listen. These are ways to get involved. We know they have national credibility. We know they're a good resource, but we want everyone else to know this too. And so we just wanted to make sure you had a sense of credibility when looking at Beyond Barriers.
After we edited the media that we were provided, it was then time to determine exactly which social media platforms we were going to advertise on. We sent out a campus-wide survey and received 164 responses, 96% of which were within our target demographic age range. Respondents stated that the top 3 social media platforms that they used were Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. Going forward, these were the 3 platforms that we advertised on.
According to the Southern Poverty Law Center, these 6 states are among the top 10 with the highest per capita rates of white supremacy activity. Additionally, white supremacist groups are more active in rural areas, and thus on YouTube and on Instagram, we focus on rural areas in these states. As for TikTok, the tool doesn't allow for a more granular approach. We couldn't narrow it down by county, and so we simply we targeted those states.
During our initial advertising process, we identified 2 key behavior shifts that we wanted to analyze. The first being an increase in viewership between media edited by Lumi versus original media put out by our partners. Secondly, is we wanted to track the traffic we are directing towards our partners' websites. So in order to put this into action, we conducted A/B testing across all of our social media platforms. Again, comparing media produced by Lumi to that produced by our partners. We kept all outside variables consistent, like audience, time posted, captions, and the like.
So just to tell you a little bit about our YouTube ad results, we formatted our videos specifically for YouTube, as YouTube has longer form content, and generally people come to YouTube for more educational content. And so therefore, we thought that this longer attention span would allow us to reach an audience more effectively with ads, as people were more willing to listen to our longer story. And so as you can see, our video significantly outperformed the Life After Hate video, achieving over 10,000 impressions, while the Life After Hate video struggled to reach 2,500. Our edited video received 429% more clicks. It had a 13% higher view rate and was 6% cheaper per view than the original content. This means that our video reached more people, was more impactful, and was cheaper per person than the original content. We consider this a great success.
So on Instagram, we again posted Life After Hate video A and Lumi's own edited video. And on Instagram, the Life After Hate video A actually outperformed Lumi's edited video. And we attribute this to the fact that Life After Hate video A, the format of it more closely resembled what's traditionally posted on Instagram.
Life After Hate also provided us with a video B. Video B was removed from Instagram's community guidelines. This could have been an issue with explicit verbose, explicit images. The video was not able to stay on Instagram. And we think that this was a learning opportunity. When we look at this, we see it as a chance to make sure that we bridge that gap with our partners, that they know exactly what they should be posting on social media. Because when they don't bridge that gap, they aren't able to reach these audiences, whether that be TikTok, Instagram, Twitter. If you're getting removed, you're not reaching people.
Because Life After Hate video B was posted as part of our A/B testing and then violated the community guidelines, our advertising account on Instagram was suspended. This meant that our Beyond Barriers podcast promotional graphic, along with the Lumi edited version of that graphic, were only able to be advertised for around 5 hours before the account was taken down. That being said, Instagram does offer more data in addition to just viewership statistics. It provides an opportunity for you to see which piece of media has a higher quality. And so we were able to determine that the Lumi edited version of the Beyond Barriers podcast graphic was given a higher content quality rating than the original Beyond Barriers post, indicating an improvement in quality through the services of Lumi Media Consulting.
Very similar to the Instagram campaign, the Life After Hate TikTok campaign went out to their designated target audience that we previously discussed with them. So that's your white male population from ages 18 to 24. The campaign included 3 videos, 2 of which were original content from Life After Hate, and the third was the Lumi edited video. The entire campaign had over 113,000 views on TikTok, and we had the highest click-through rate to the Life After Hate website following the campaign.
So what does this mean? What do we take from these results? After meeting with our partners, we wanted to make sure we got feedback so we can better learn how to develop our partnerships. And we met with Life After Hate CEO, Patrick Rickers. Patrick wanted to tell us he was very satisfied with Lumi. But what we take from that is that this is a two-way street. As much as we teach them about social media, we're learning from them. We want to know what they're struggling with because we have to know how to further prep our people in the future.
Lumi is so excited to continue into the future. Due to the way that Lumi is structured, sustainability is highly achievable. We will be able to continue our partnerships with Life After Hate and Beyond Barriers, and we have already begun reaching out to additional organizations for possible partnerships in the future. We're also so excited to be able to expand our target audiences.
Lumi also has the ability to branch out to different platforms depending on the needs of our future and current partners. We do this through paid advertisement services on apps like Snapchat, Reddit, TikTok, Facebook. And these media advertising services, we can get pretty specific with the demographic and location that we advertise to. So for example, if we had a partner based in California and they wanted to advertise just to LA, we'd be able to do that. But if they wanted to advertise to all the United States, we'd be able to do that just as easily. We have learned so much from our partnerships thus far, and we're so excited to look forward to 7 new partnerships on the horizon. It's a really exciting time to be at Lumi.
So we've talked to you a little bit about the graphics and the tools that we've developed for our partners, but we haven't yet talked to you about what we've done for Lumi itself. So in order to build a professional business, we needed to create a professional website as well. This is going to be really important to our sustainability in the future. It has a contact us page that'll help potential partners reach out. It has information about who we are and what we do. It also has information about the past work we've done and important statistics on what we've achieved. Additionally, we'll be posting 2 content guides to our website that are completely free and that will help organizations navigate the ins and outs of social media. One of these will be a posting guide and the other will be a profile essentials guide. The profile essentials guide will help organizations set up their social media profiles on different apps by giving them information about how to format their bios, information about how to choose appropriate profile pictures, etc. Our posting guide will help them create a unified content space in whatever social media they choose. And it'll help with color scheme and captioning and other small details that make a big difference in reaching your audience.
Yeah. So if you want to know more about profiles and posting, you can check out our own Instagram. We make sure to brand. We love our blue and orange. Lumi came from the idea of a lighthouse. We're here to lumify online spaces. And so if you want to find our own resources, we talk about media consumption, what you're consuming daily. We also have resources for your own social media. You can look at our website through our Instagram. Lumi Media, we've made one website, we've edited one video, we've made 2 social media guides, we've made 5 edited graphics, and as of this morning, we have 20 Instagram posts. We've reached over 130,000 people. Lumi Media is devoted to working with anti-hate groups to help them work to just build their resources and get out there. So if you have time, scan our QR code. You can find our Instagram, our resources, our Instagram. And thank you for listening to Lumi Media.
All right, thank you to Duke University. The South is representing today. We've got North Carolina, South Carolina, and Texas. So we're going to give you all a moment to answer questions from our panelists again. So 10 minutes. Would you like to get us started?
Thank you for a great presentation. I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit about how you connected with Life After Hate and Beyond Barriers to partner with them.
Yeah, so we actually had a couple of different strategies for how we connect with our partners. So for Life After Hate, we were able to speak with Brett Steele of the McCain Institute. And so she was able to get us in touch with Life After Hate. For Beyond Barriers and a lot of the organizations that we have on the horizon, we would research organizations that were working to counter white supremacy, and then we would just send a bunch of emails out everywhere and then see who was responding.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the super presentation. It's also a sort of a gutsy idea to take existing expertise and content, acknowledge that it might not be reaching its audiences, and then try to turbocharge that. So that's also just sort of implicit in your project, but I thought worth calling out. So when you think about how to reach your target demographic, other than being young, cool college students, how do you all decide what the content principles are going to be to get your target demographic to actually engage with the content?
So what we do is, like we said in the process section, we're meeting with our partners initially to help determine what that demographic is. So different groups may have different focuses, like some may be interested in engaging with older people, some may be interested in engaging with families who have a member who's been introduced to white supremacist ideas. And so we're really looking to base our design principles on the demographics once we settle them with the organization that we're working with.
A great idea. Also, I think it's gutsy and a great presentation. So thinking about your target audience a little bit more specifically, white males 18 to 24, it also occurs to me that platform choice of where they are might be greatly different. So gaming platforms or like Discord or other sort of platforms where you congregate more. So I kind of wondered how you work with your partners to understand where their target audience is congregating and exactly like targets to them. Do you go by kind of what they say, or do you actually do kind of research to understand where they are?
So when we're presented with the target audience, which in this case was at-risk populations, that's what we take, and then we do our own research to determine what sites the target audience is on, what media they're consuming. And so we did some other research. So we looked at different governmental briefs that were talking about radicalization online, research from KDT, stuff like that, in order to really determine where we needed to put our advertisements.
Thank you for your presentation. Your client base, you have 2 currently, and we're looking at 7 more. Do you know how many total organizations there are in the country who are actually doing this? Because if you're talking about less than, I don't know, 20, 50, right? How big can you actually ever go? Because you are limited, like who you are, your clients are never going to be that. You just won't have that many.
Yeah, so we're super excited about the 7 potential partnerships we have on the horizon. And as far as our scalability, and as we look to the future, we're looking to onboard more people and create a little bit more formal roles within the organization. We're also open to taking on different topics under the umbrella of domestic terrorism. So while right now we're focusing on white supremacy, we are definitely open to looking at a wide variety of different topics.
Thanks for the presentation, the questions thus far, the answers to the judges. How long have you had your doors open, and how long have you been working on this? And kind of help me understand the timeline and scale of how quickly you accomplish what you have, kind of where you're going.
Yeah, so we've been working since about mid-October, I would say, because we started our project initially in early September, and then we had to make a quick pivot because we were planning on creating our own content for these organizations. However, we ran into issues with Duke IRB. They were very specific about what we needed to do and wouldn't let us create our own content. And so that's why we had to completely change our topic and go into the social media consulting route in which we would rework the graphics. So it's been about 2 months since then. And so we've been working really, really hard to get all this stuff out.
Thank you.
Can you shed a little light on the cost for these organizations to procure your services?
So it's been completely free so far because we've used our I2P budget of $2,000. And we use that for advertising services and building up everything that we have right now. And so we've charged absolutely nothing so far. And if we get funding in the future, we'll hopefully be able to subsidize some of those costs for our partners.
So considering that, RFP said no, which is a no. But also that the videos you were posting actually violated terms of service and your account got shut down. You can understand that RFP say no, potentially. But how are you going to, again, you're providing a very specific sort of media consulting, right? You said you're willing to expand topics. Are you willing to also expand types of services? And not just create, like the type of services, because again, organizations have very limited marketing and advertising budgets, right? And that's what you're coming up with, right? And that's exactly the need you're trying to fill.
Yeah, so we would really be happy to expand to different types of services. We have plans to expand to different platforms if that is what our partners would like for us to do. In terms of the partners themselves, as Josie mentioned, we would be happy to work with anything under the umbrella of preventing targeted violence and hate and white supremacy, as is the goals of Invent2Prevent. And so through that, we will be able to have a wide variety of possibilities in our future in order to sustain this project.
If you all assumed a huge success rate that you could get the target content in front of the target audience, let's just stipulate at 100%, how effective in the end would that be? So in other words, is the problem that people aren't getting the content, or is the problem the content isn't sufficient to stop people from becoming white supremacists or taking up violence?
So this is an area in which we definitely need to do more research, but one reason that we wanted to initially focus on organizations that had an age group that was in our range is because it also helps, even if we're not necessarily reaching the people who are being radicalized themselves, if we're reaching their friends, that's also helpful. If we're reaching their family members, that's also helpful. So if we're hitting people in this age group, it's likely that they'll know about resources. And if they know someone who's being recommended into these groups, who's getting this type of content, that they'll still be able to recommend those resources to their friend. So it's not necessarily just that we have to hit the people who are being radicalized. It's also that we can hit friend groups and that we can hit just a general age demographic so that they're more knowledgeable about what resources are out there.
We have time for one more question.
So why would my organization hire you? Because right now we use different marketing firms who do, again, same space, but what would be the advantage of hiring you? This is a professional firm.
So our firm has experience already, and we're also, unlike many other organizations, actually college students, which is where we're trying to reach. We will also be significantly less expensive than other organizations, which is a significant problem, I would say. And also, it may not be necessarily that your organization necessarily needs us if you have partners already and you're working with them well, but there are a lot of organizations out there that do need us. And so you may already have connections, but there are a lot of places that don't and have a very limited budget. And so I think that's where we can really make waves.
All right. Thank you for taking on a very tough problem. I imagine some of these questions have got you thinking about, next phases. So thank you very much. We're going to let you all exit the stage. Our judges are going to need time to deliberate. And in the meantime, Rachel Hunkler, our senior manager, one of our senior managers with McCain Institute, is going to talk about some of our other competitors on the college and university level who were honorable mentions, remarkable projects, in addition to the 3 that we have today.
Great, thanks Rachel for the introduction. I'm also Rachel Hunkler. We'll give our judges just a minute for their deliberations. In the meantime, just like we did this morning, for anyone that was here this morning, I'm going to go through a few of our other teams that participated this semester, as well as highlight some teams that participated in the past and are still doing great work with I2P. So with that, I'll start with honorable mentions and scholarship awards at the collegiate level. We had 24 teams total submitting final reports this past semester. And obviously you saw the 3 finalists. Well, there were so many great projects to choose from. So we wanted to give a nod to 7 other honorable mentions that were not able to be here today in DC, but did really, really great work. Y'all hear me? Okay. The first up is Alabama A&M University with their project SIMPLE, which is an acronym standing for Safe Interactions Between Minority Populations and Law Enforcement. As the name implies, they're really working on trying to better the relationship between minority populations and law enforcement in Alabama. So they partnered with the Huntsville Police Department and also developed a toolkit for educators, for youth, and for law enforcement officers, as well as pocket guides that youth can use to know their rights if they're ever stopped by an officer. Next, we have Pole Pals from Middlebury Institute of International Studies. I don't know if you can see, they have this cute little polar bear. It's my favorite. So Pole Pals is helping to tackle disinformation and misinformation around elections. It was very timely with the midterm elections in November 2022. So what they did was they built a website that provided resources to everyday voters in order to really debunk some of the myths of people being worried about election results and just helping walk them through the step-by-step process of how to vote in their county or their district. And ultimately that's trying to protect poll workers who have been working our elections. Next, we have San Jose State University with their project Nurtured Minds. They were working with a very young demographic of at-risk 1st through 5th graders and working with them on practices like meditation, mindfulness, really helping them to develop those social and emotional skills so that they could help them to grow up and not develop aggressive behaviors was the ultimate goal. So they implemented an after-school program and have a really another cute logo is a cute sloth that's doing like mindfulness activities. So check them out online. We also have University of Arizona, their project Anti-Semitism It's Not Over was meant to bring awareness to the issue of anti-Semitism on their campus and in their community. So they use various tactics, one being an actual walkthrough interactive museum that students could go through and learn a lot more about anti-Semitism from the past and also how it is today, which a lot of students found super educational. They had 97% of people come out of that saying that they had learned something, and they had 360 students go through their museum. Next, we have University of Colorado Boulder with their project Ripple Effect. This is another project working on social and emotional skills with youth, particularly in middle school, and helping them to build healthy relationships with peers and with mentors through games, activities, and integrated learning models online. We have University of Houston with their project Transformation, and this was to create a safe space for transgender youth. They have a website where they provide a lot of resources for youth in transition or for their parents or other adults that might be supporting them. And they also held a drag brunch that was attended by a lot of us students. And last but not least, we have University of Nebraska-Lincoln with their project Take Initiative. And this was meant to build a bridge between the students and the large refugee population that lives in Lincoln, Nebraska. So they did this through a few different initiatives, educating people about the refugees in their community, and also hosting a dinner where they got to eat ethnic food from the different communities where refugees were coming from. All right. Before I move on to scholarship winners, let's just give a round of applause to our three finalists as well as our starting. So just like this morning, we have collegiate winners of our scholarships. For anyone here this morning, this is a bit of a repeat, but for anyone joining us now, we have $30,000 that we are giving away this semester in total to deserving students who have applied for a scholarship that are either participating in I2P this semester or participated in past semesters. This is merit-based and it's intended to further their studies in the field of preventing targeted violence. So we have two college students that will each be winning $3,750. I think one of them is in the room and one is not. We'll see. We have Brian Blair from University of New Haven and Jillian Jacobs from Duke University. Is Jillian here? Just left stage. Well, let's give a round of applause to these two students. All right, at the collegiate level, we have the additional opportunity for students to continue on their work in I2P past their semester in which they're competing. So we call this sustainment, and this is an opportunity for the teams to work with the McCain Institute staff for a year of mentorship and connection to outside resources if they want to sustain and scale their programs. So we wanted to highlight three of the teams that are currently in sustainment, as well as three past teams that have graduated from sustainment and actually went on to win funds from DHS to continue their work. So our current sustainment team, we have the Peace Coalition from Howard University. They were a former finalist, and their project works on bringing awareness to violent extremism within law enforcement ranks and building connections with members of the minority community, specifically at Howard University and in the DC area. So they have been in sustainment for about 8 months now, and they're just working on expanding their project. They developed a board game for students, and they're now expanding that to be used with youth. And they are also building out a coalition and really meeting with local law enforcement. So the next team that we have in sustainment is DUC, which stands for Developing and Using Critical Comprehension. They were our first place winner from American University. One of our judges who is here today, Laura, is a member of that team. And their project, their slogan is cracking down on misinformation, which I love. And they developed a set of animated videos for elementary school students in order for them to learn about misinformation and to develop media literacy and critical thinking skills. So they're working with us this year in sustainment. They've been with us for about 5 months now to expand their curriculum, and continue their good work there and hopefully find sustainable funding for their program. And last, we have the BSEEN program, which is another acronym standing for B Students Encouraging and Empowering Native Nations. This was another finalist from the University of North Dakota. Their project focused on bringing awareness to Native American cultures in order to hopefully stop acts of violence against Indigenous people. And they developed a set of educational modules, excuse me. So with the sustainment program, they've also been working with us for about 4 or 5 months, and they are expanding their educational modules, putting them online and creating them for K through 12 students as well. So those are our sustainment teams. They will graduate and hopefully go on to have work beyond just the year with us. And all right, last but not least, we have our DHS Targeted Violence and Terrorism Prevention grantees. So TVTPs, or the TVTP grant for short. So DHS, part of having this I2P program is really coming up with innovative ideas that can help to prevent targeted violence and terrorism in local communities. So this grant is also meant to do the same thing. We're really excited to have 3 former I2P teams that have been winners of these grants for a total of $1.4 million to continue the work that they started when they were students in the I2P program, which is really cool. So one is the How to Inform team out of Louisiana University. Their project works on media literacy and online critical thinking. They worked with us for a year in sustainment, applied for funding, and now they're off and running. We also have our Diverting Hate team. They were first place winners from Middlebury Institute of International Studies. Also worked with us in our sustainment program. Their project takes a diversion method for young males who go online looking for incel content, so involuntary celibate, and it redirects them to healthier content online and helps them to connect to a healthy community instead of going down incel rabbit. So they're going to be using their grant to expand that work. And then finally, we have the FUSE project from Missouri State University. We all know and love Jordan Kalkowski, who is the EVP project manager. This was her project when she was a student, and they won this grant for their work with civic engagement and youth resiliency program. They have a great podcast, a card game. It's kind of similar to the Louisiana team from this morning, where they talk with each other and engage in conversation, and they are continuing that work through this grant. So let us give a round of applause for all of our sustainment teams and our grant. And it's a really rewarding part of what we do to not only work with students in the semester when they're participating in I2P, but then to get to see them grow and flourish and make these projects into something so much bigger. So really exciting. Last, we have, again, 3 promotional videos. These are from the 3 teams that we just saw, and they're 90-second videos, just more about their projects. So we'll start with Texas Tech.
And so it begins. An emergency occurs and chaos ensues. A crisis can happen at any time, and being unprepared can have devastating consequences. Misinformation and confusion can spread quickly, leaving people vulnerable and at risk. That's where AIMS comes in. AIMS stands for Adapt, Inform, Mobilize, and Secure. We want to educate our social media managers by empowering them with helpful tools during situations of terrorism and targeted violence. To do so, we designed an interactive ebook to educate government and other professional social media managers on ways to adapt, inform, mobilize, and secure their audience during crises. DHS research shows that incorrect, insufficient, opportunistic, or outdated information is a major threat to national security in crisis response. During a targeted threat, social media is the fastest way to get your message out because it is available to 4.7 billion users worldwide. AIMS Digital Toolkit provides social media managers with the opportunity to counter information problems, bolster public trust, and enhance citizen engagement during crisis. AIMS is an initiative that creates preventive educational materials that help to effectively leverage social media channels in crisis to prevent misinformation and engage citizens to protect vulnerable populations, locations, and first responders impacted by targeted violence or terrorism or other crises. It is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change.
This one, I think we're gonna skip. Okay, we had some technical difficulties, so Sean is working his magic, so we will come back to this one.
Another community.
All right, so that leaves Duke University with media. Let's give one final round of applause to the three finalist teams. It sounds like the judges need about 5 more minutes for their deliberations, so we are just going to take a pause for about, sorry, just kidding. Thank you for the reminder, Sean. Hopefully, we got this to work now. If any of you were here this morning, the Pompano Beach High School team, their video didn't work this morning, but now, hopefully it does.
We worry about what a child will become tomorrow, yet we forget that they are someone today. Stacia Chaucer. As students, we recognize the importance of creating a sense of community from a young age. On February 14th, 2018, our small town of Parkland, Florida was struck with tragedy in the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School shooting. 17 students were unable to return home that night due to the reckless act of targeted violence. A 1990 study shows that for every 15 active assailants with a school, 12 were bullied from a young age. This is where we come in. In efforts to make our schools safe, we created bonding buddies. The main goal of this organization is to see a shift in social isolation to social inclusion by creating relationships with the students.
By handing out Christmas presents and making friendship bracelets with some of our local elementary schools' most at-risk students, we want to create bonds that will last a lifetime.
I made a bracelet, a friendship bracelet.
I made my name. I love this.
Best friend, whatever.
All right, fantastic. I'm glad it worked. That was great. Now we are just going to sit tight for probably 2 or 3 more minutes. So if you need to get up, stretch, that's fine. Please don't go too far though, because the judges will be back in just a few minutes with their final decision on our top 3. So we'll see you in just a minute.
Walk and talk.
Sean worked his magic and we got the University of South Carolina video to work.
As the epidemic of mass shootings continues to plague our country, journalists can help stop the senseless killing of Americans. The media has the power to influence the coverage of mass shootings and can create a future where the names of gunmen are not broadcasted. A media contagion effect is a phenomenon based off the sensationalism or glorification of an individual's violent actions through excessive media coverage that inspires future perpetrators. A media contagion effect can lead to a copycat shooting, or a shooting that is modeled after or inspired by a previous shooting reported in the media. Studies have found that the more media attention a shooter receives, the more likely the event will inspire a future mass shooting. This can be seen in the aftermath of the Parkland shooting. 2 weeks after the brutal shooting, 638 copycat threats targeted schools nationwide. In order to combat domestic terrorism and violence, No Name, No Fame's mission is to stop the spread of mass shootings through limiting the naming, showing images of, or sharing identifying details about mass shooters. By working closely with media outlets and journalistic professionals, our team has developed a set of media guidelines for reporters to consider when covering news stories about mass shootings. Our guidelines provide journalists with tools on how to alternatively report these tragedies without giving the perpetrator the notoriety they desire, and educate the public on their role in slowing the spread of mass shootings in America.
Okay, we'll give those judges a little bit longer, but they're gonna have to make a choice soon, so we'll be back shortly. Thank you. Judges coming back into the room. Whoops, it's getting close. So we'll let them get a seat, but I do want to remind folks that just like the high school level, there are also financial awards for collegiate level as well. And so the third place winner, I believe, takes a $3,000 award. The second place winner, $5,000. And our number one winner is going to get $10,000 to award their efforts today. And hopefully get you going on the next version. So judges, are we ready? Deliberations are in. Okay, so to present the awards, we have Paula first with Homeland Security. She's going to do the tough work up here. And I want to get her title correct. Associate Director for Strategic Engagement with CP3 with Homeland Security. So Paula,
okay, well, I know we're only waiting to find out who, what the awards are, so I won't be too long, but I did want to take the opportunity to say thank you to all the teams. The work that you do here is very affirming and reinvigorating for the work that we do every day. To see that the next generation, or insert whatever sort of like cliche term you want to use to talk about people who are in school, are looking at this problem with the intensity and vigor and innovation that you all are. Is really something that helps us feel like there is hope and there is a future in this work. So thank you for that, first of all. Thank you to all the families, the support systems, to the professors and teachers that support these students. Thank you to my colleagues from DHS and for my colleagues outside of DHS who are continuing to do this work and who took the day-to-day to be here and to celebrate these students and their hard work. Thank you to our judges. And with that, we'll get started. Okay. In third place, we have Texas Tech University.
Forward. We have other side.
Smile at you.
Yeah, smile at me.
Over here.
I don't know what to do with my.
All right, we're good.
Okay. They made the most awkward person that works at CP3 do this. Okay, in second place is the University of South Carolina.
Well, I don't want to talk about it.
The red powers for deductive reasoning. First place is Duke University, North Carolina.
Wait, is it in the middle? Is it? Oh, yeah, right there. It's on the share.
Exit out of them. Okay. Do you want, am I closing? What's that? This is the dance part. So at this point, we are going to conclude for the day, but I hope everyone comes to our 1 hour event to wrap it up, give hugs, high fives, all the good stuff, and celebrate everybody's hard work getting here. You're all winners. Fantastic ideas. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. This has been a fantastic day. So, and thank you to the judges and parents and the teachers, everybody that came here today. So I appreciate you. We will have photos, but I'm going to ask you, sir, to organize the photos. So yeah, thank you so much.
May we have high school and the collegiate teams here for a massive team photo, please?